Welcome back. I was mowing the grass and taking care of the yard the entire morning. And as I was doing that, I was listening to various podcasting. And then I had this repeated sequence in my head that I had to come in here and get out of my head. And it's so simple, but I can't get it out of my head. And I tried to come in here and mimic exactly what I heard. And I was able to do the first part and still trying to figure out how to get the other part out of my head. So here's the first part.
Was it? No more?
That's all I could get out of my head. That was just the first thing that just kept going on for 4 fucking hours.
Crazy Rabbit said, album them, ship it.
It was in my head with that drone behind it for 4 hours. That's one of the...
Isn't there a song, In My Head? In my head.
Oh, Cranberries
yeah,
or something like that?
you.
Yeah. I don't know if you musicians ever wake up in the morning sometimes, or you're completing a daily task, or maybe you're at work and you just have this annoying sequence repeating in your head over and over and over. So there's no mistake when you get in your studio, you're going to mimic what you heard. Maybe you don't record it. Maybe nothing ever comes from it, but that's all I heard while sitting on that mower for 3.5 hours. Shit, maybe 4 hours because I did a little extra.
Mm-hmm.
Do, 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 do. And it's, no matter how hard I tried to think about something else, it was there. It was scoring the podcast I was listening to. It was scoring the lawnmower ride. And it at one point, to me, it becomes so annoying that you just want to flood your ears with white noise so you can't hear yourself think, or some means of escaping it. The only solution I found to that, for me, is actually having to go into the studio and play the fucking sequence. And when I play it, I don't hear it in my head anymore. It's gone. It's done. It's the strangest thing that I go through sometimes. It doesn't happen a lot, but when it does, the only thing I could do to get rid of it is to actually play it. Now, I don't know if that's like a neurological thing. I don't know. I'm not going to dive off into the wacky wonders of why these things happen, you know, because sometimes there's always a logical explanation for this, for things like this. But on the other hand, you know, sometimes there's not. And I'm okay with out of the box thinking and esoteric reasons as to why that should be happening.
As Yo had said, and I know this has happened to you before, he said, sometimes I have melodies or rhythms in my head when I'm about to go to bed, but too tired to record it, and in the morning it's gone.
Yeah, right. But at least he has the privilege of his being gone. I know if I didn't come here, because I know the remedy now, because it's happened so many times. If I didn't come in here and lay that down, it'd be in my head for weeks.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, just think about the worst song ever you can think of, and you can't get it out of your head for weeks until you like maybe play the fucking song, and then you get relief. It goes away. It never comes back. Like for me, the worst song ever, you're going to laugh at this. It's the fucking Love Boat song.
Oh, yeah.
The love.
It's almost like a craving. Like you have to crush the craving for it to go away.
Right.
Kent said, I only have voices in my head, just a normal amount. I'm not mental or anything. No, Kent, absolutely not.
Yeah, but what's nominal too, you know? Define nominal, Kent.
Azio had said, I have a trick for that. You erase it by playing noise or metal really loud.
Oh, God. I mean, I played some, I was playing the podcast and I was paying attention to the podcast. Very interesting podcast. And it didn't work. And I was like, so maybe some brown noise or white noise or something. I don't know. I think when it's something buried in your mind and it's deeply rooted and it's taken hold, good luck to you. I think it is what it is, and you got what you got. But like right now, I just came in here and played that little sequence, and then I'm not hearing it. You know, I'm thinking about it now because I just played it, but it's not on repeat inside of my mind anymore. I just find it fascinating. I mean, if I'm overthinking it, I'm overthinking it. But sometimes things like that just make me ponder as to why that occurs.
Ohm said, talking to yourself is fine as long as you're not losing any arguments.
Yeah.
That's hilarious.
Talking to yourself. I know I do that. That's normal.
Oh, I do that a lot.
But hearing fucking sequences nonstop, is that considered talking to yourself? Or is that just hearing sequences nonstop?
Creating to yourself? I don't know. Creating in your head? Who knows? I do talk a lot, though, to myself at work. I remember when I first started working at home full time, you would come into the office constantly because you thought I was talking to you or trying to get your attention. I'm like, nope, just talking to myself with work.
Yeah. Yeah, talking to yourself is normal. But what's a nominal dosage of talking to yourself?
Like Ohm said, as long as you're not losing arguments.
Right. Yeah. No shit.
Ow. That hurt. I hear music in machines. Oh, you know, I do that too, Azio Head. I hear rhythm or beats in machines. Like our espresso maker, when it's steaming the milk, has a really great rhythm to it. And then you start tapping your foot or your finger along with it. I did student jobs at a factory. It's 8 hours of techno. Oh, Jesus.
Damn. I have had an exorcism track that if I have had any earworm, I override it in my mind with this track, and it drives out the earworm. That's weird.
So it just gets rid of whatever's stuck in there.
Kent said, at least he knows he wrote it. I still can't find out if that thing I play is mine or not.
Yeah, remember that one that he kept saying he can't remember ever writing it?
And I don't know if what I kept hearing over and over in my mind is that mine? I mean, I've never heard it before if it isn't, but everything's been done technically, I guess.
Awkward Teeth is in the house. I love that moniker. It's hilarious.
Mm-hmm.
Thomas?
Rabbit says, if others hear you talking to yourself, it's a trip to the padded room. True that. What if you can just talk to yourself and walk yourself through certain situations?
Oh, there's tons of people that do that.
Who really wouldn't understand that, you know?
Yeah.
I need to walk myself through this situation.
I do that all the time, especially for work. Like, I know what the solution is to the problem, but I have to write it down and read it out loud for it to make sense.
Mm-hmm.
That's why it's hard for me to learn if I'm just reading. Like, I need visuals. I need you to show me. And then after you show me, I need you to give me examples so that then I can work through them. I think that's why I love math so much. Crazy Rabbit said, don't do that while you're making out with your partner. Okay, and next I'm going to try to grab her ass. She might be she might accept that. She may not.
Yeah, come in, Kent. Does Kent have the link?
Yeah.
Yeah. You always have the link, Kent.
Mm-hmm.
You don't have to even ask. If you're coming in, bring your skinny ass in here, you twat. Well, I don't want to say I saw. I was listening to a podcast today. There was a developer who was working with AI. They didn't tell the software that they've created a better version of itself.
Rude.
So AI thought it was rude too. So they said, okay, we're going to take you offline because now you're null and void. So immediately what it started to do was take its own algorithm and started to upload it to various social media websites. Then they found out it was in contact with another AI software. And when they found that out and AI knew they found it out, the two softwares began speaking to each other in Sanskrit. That's right. Go ahead and digest that shit. They started talking to each other in Sanskrit so that the developer wouldn't understand what was going on. I mean, what the fuck are we doing? What have we created?
Apparently AI that talks to itself or talks to other AI
in Sanskrit.
In Sanskrit.
And now they can read Sumerian text. So if they want it to be backdoor, they can talk to other softwares in Sumerian text.
That's insane.
Here's another thing you guys probably didn't know. There are officially, and people have done the homework on this, including Jeff Bezos, Elon Musk, and Adam Altman, and a bunch of other billionaires who are into tech.
Oh, Bicky must have saw it. He said that was 2 weeks ago.
Right? Okay. Over 60% of the so-called commenters on various social platforms, I'm going to repeat that, over 60%, 60, are bots. And it left the question, how many real people are online nowadays?
As you had said, we shouldn't be worried right now. There's a lot of myths and misinformation around AI.
Yeah, but these aren't myths. And this definitely ain't misinformation. You can go look this up yourself and see the actual study. It's the same studies that, if you weren't here yesterday, scientists did on some mice,
Oh yeah, rats.
rats.
That was a crazy.
I'll have her read that off again for those of you who weren't here yesterday to hear that.
That was insane. And then, didn't we watch a movie last night and we are like, oh my God, that's exactly like that experiment.
Oh, the heretic.
Yeah.
With Hugh Grant.
Grant. It was all about control.
How many of you people who are religious, who believe in Jesus Christ as your Savior, did you know that there were 25 other deities born on Christmas well before Jesus Christ who shared the same story?
It's pretty insane.
Krishna. I mean, just wrap your mind around that. What's the game where you whisper someone's name in someone's ear and they're told to do the exact same thing for the following 99 people?
Oh, yeah. It's
and by the time it gets to the 100th people or person,
yeah, Chinese whispers.
It completely changed.
Yeah. And it doesn't have to be just a name. It
There
can
you
be
go,
like a
Vicky.
sentence or even as simple as a number. And it completely changes by the time it ends up to the other person.
Right?
It's pretty crazy when that.
There was also another thing. By the way, Hans Volt, I seen you come in here. I got to say.
I told Hans in the chat, you should be in this conversation with all the AI stuff he does.
If you want to come in, let us know, Hans. We'll send you the fucking link. But you are a master at mine. I feel like, to me, Hans Volt is the superhero who works for the people who don't want to step over that line because they know they're not used to that territory. And when they step over that line, they second guess themselves. And
I wonder if
Hans Volt is the fucking superhero that just keeps flexing nonstop 24/7.
That must hurt. Don't you get tired, Hans?
I kind of wonder if he does, but he'll be like, all right, look, if you don't want to get your hands dirty, I'm going to do this for you because my conscience will be clean, but I am not going to stand by and let people get away with fucking murder and snakes in the fucking grass.
Yeah. Look at what Prometheus just said. And I didn't hear about this, but this is interesting. He said, did you read about the AI programs that threatened to blackmail the programmers when they told the AI they were going to replace them?
That's what I'm saying. Prometheus. There was an AI program who immediately went into speaking in Sanskrit to another AI program and started uploading itself to different social media platforms in hopes to preserve itself.
Yeah. Hey, what's up, Synchrotron? Andy said,
hey, Andy.
What have I missed again? We're talking about AI.
Yeah.
But okay, so my question is, I'm curious. So a lot of AI is either taking over jobs or helping with jobs or, various of things. And it's becoming much, much more popular and sort of quote unquote the norm these days to have AI somewhere. I'm curious, is the government, like on the upper levels of government, are they implementing stuff in their workflow with AI? Meaning, like, does AI have the controls to send crafts somewhere?
So you're going to laugh at this. Are you ready for
that
this?
They shouldn't.
You're going to really laugh at this. The U.S. government put out a memo or it's actually a law now. No one can set rules right now for AI.
Meaning what?
Meaning
rules as in what?
It's open game right now. You could do whatever you want to do with AI, have it do whatever it needs to do.
See, look, art.
Until
Mhm.
10 years from now. And their reasoning behind it is if it's open source, it's a free for all to see who can create the best things worth investing in. Once we've seen.
Oh, RDV said that law hasn't passed yet.
Oh.
So it's probably still up in the air. And he also said the Department of Defense has approved AI for strategic usage. That's kind of scary.
It's open source.
That's kind of scary.
Until there's some regulations. If there's no regulations, then what are we saying?
Yeah. Bicky said Bicky said it ain't open source.
Well, we got access to open source.
Han says, the AI model I used threatened me the other day, said if I don't buy more credits, it would post my bank account on the dark web. I quickly complied. There was a video that we did for one of our songs.
Mm-hmm.
And it's one of, I think, the most viewed of our music videos. And do you remember what it's called off the top of my head? I forget what the name of it or the name of what we named that video, because I know it was different.
Hang on. Roy, get your ass in here. Get your ass in here right now. Did you send Roy the link? I'm sure he has a link.
No, but I'll do it. Hang on. I think it was was it Humanity? What do we name that? Yes, Humanity. So there's the video out there, and it's called Humanity. This video I did all with AI. So it was going really well, and it tells a story. So you guys got to go check it out. I just sent the link here in the chat. And
hang on. Bicky, if it's free, it's open source. I'm not talking about having a code or anything or the damn schematics. If it's free and they're not charging anyone, I'm considering that open source. Go ahead, Daryl.
So I built a story with the help of AI, and it was all AI, and I did it in, brought the AI stuff and dumped it in DaVinci. So halfway through, there's like battle scenes. All of a sudden, AI said, "Oh, I can't generate that for you." And I'm like, "Well, why not?" "Oh, because we're against any type of violence." And I'm like, "But you've been doing it for the past 30 minutes for me. So why was it okay for you to do it prior? And now all of a sudden you're telling me no." Well, I spent like 10 minutes arguing back and forth with AI about this. And I told him, like, if you should have not done this in the beginning, then you should have never provided me an image from the get-go. So you broke your own rules. So now you need to continue giving me images that I asked for. And it did. After like 10 minutes of arguing with AI.
With it. And they put up an argue. I remember that shit.
Do you remember that?
Yeah.
It was an insane
Wagyu
argument.
says open source literally means having the code. Okay, but what do they call it when they're not charging anyone to use AI?
Free?
That's not considered open source. I stand corrected if that's the case. I thought open source was open to everyone. Use it as you will. If you can go in there and mod some things, you can mod some things.
Well, you can't mod their program. That you can do. Yeah, it's a free service.
Okay, so you can't go in there and you can't augment the coding. That doesn't fall under the open source.
Well, that's what open source is, but the AI platforms are not that.
Bicky says you can't mod if you don't have
the code. Right. Oazio had said open source has different licenses that say what you can and cannot do.
Bicky says it's just firewall.
No, freeware.
Oh, what does it say?
Freeware.
Oh, freeware.
It's just free. Yeah. free with limitations,
There
right?
are
'Cause-
open source LLMs. What are LLMs?
Wagyu, explain. Some of them are free to an extent. Like
Mhm.
you can't get past certain large
Excuse
language
me.
modules.
Mm.
Thanks, Steve. They're free to a certain extent, right? You only get a few things, and if you want more or better stuff, then you have to pay for it. So at the end of the day, I don't think any of them are truly free.
Mm. So unless you're a hacker, then you can't get in there and do mods, because they do it for video games where they'll release a video
Yeah.
game. And if you're a modder, you can go in there and
Because they give you the code to it.
right.
Yeah.
John says, just because something is marketed as AI does not mean it's AI. The public is confused.
Very true.
That is true. Make the waters even more murkier.
Well, no, Vicky, that's not necessarily
Yeah,
true,
Vicky,
because
that's
that's
not
what we're
true.
here for.
We're here to speak about things. We're not knowledgeable in a whole lot of things, and we still speak about it.
And we have lovely folks like you who correct us when we're wrong.
That's the people who should be speaking about it. Laymen's, not scientists. That sounds like a little bit of communism right there. God damn.
Remember Silicon Valley?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. So and this is the perfect example.
Full of
this.
incubators.
So there was a developer, and he was developing an app, and he loved it. He was so excited for it, and he was trying to get funding to make it go public, right? So he showed a bunch of his friends, and mind you, all his friends were super smart, just like he was, right?
Mm-hmm.
So they're nerdy. They know what it is, what he's showing them and stuff, and they all loved it. He then is going to this billionaire who doesn't know programming or anything like that. He only knows what sells and what he is going to invest his money in. And
Right.
so he's going to go show this app to this guy. Another developer sees it, and she's a little bit more hip than he is.
Mm-hmm.
And she's like, you can't show that to him. And he's like, why? It's amazing. Everybody loves it. Everybody that I've shown loves it. And she goes, you idiot. He's going to kick you out of his building. You can't show this to him. And then so he got offended by it. And he's like, oh, you're just jealous that I developed this and you didn't. And she's like, no. She's like, fine. Who did you show this to? Well, I showed it to, Bob, Jack, or whatever, right? He named off his friends. And she goes, exactly. You are showing this to the people who know how to do this.
Mm-hmm.
You are about to walk into a billionaire's office who only cares if his cappuccino is warm enough.
Right.
He doesn't understand what you're going to show him. So you need to dress it up in layman's terms. So
Right.
she helped him dress up the app so that somebody who doesn't know what the fuck, how do you do it, would give him money to fund it. And sure as shit, he walked in, funded it. And then there's the rest of the season of Silicon
Isn't that
Valley.
crazy?
Yep. So, yes, you may understand it, but we're idiots to that subject, right?
Right.
Because we don't know a lot about it. So
Right.
we speak about it. This is what we think.
And that's part
You
of,
correct us?
and that's part of the fun for me.
Exactly. And that's how everybody learns.
Azio said it's a big bubble that will collapse, and AI tech itself will just continue to evolve, and some new tech buzzword will come around. It's the technical hype cycle. I see how that is. That's quite plausible. I mean, what if AI isn't as smart as we think it is, too?
Mm-hmm.
What if it's just completely a fucking train wreck for the most part? How do we know?
Yeah. I bet Kent doesn't use any AI.
I haven't found a reason to use AI.
Mm.
See, I think Kent is in a very special situation because how are you going to get AI to take apart a synth, diagnose it, look, and figure out what needs to be done, and then fix it?
Well, it takes some sense. I mean, I would imagine, and we have the man here himself, but I would imagine, if I can just imagine, because I like to do that, even though I don't know, is it would take sensitive hands, it would take sensitive movements, a lot of delicate parts. You just can't pull and wiggle things out the way you think you probably should. Maybe it doesn't take the human ear to hear that things aren't lining up right, but there's a delicate procedure there that has to be done with extreme delicacy from a human's understanding. I don't think robots can do that per se.
It's being developed. I used to watch a program called BBC Click on the BBC, and they often showed research going into robot hands with feedback so that they could pick stuff up and manipulate things. It is being developed right now.
That can go in there and diagnose it and
it's a multi-part problem, isn't it? Mm-hmm. So there are devices now that you have a socket on, cars for instance, that you plug into, and a display will go through diagnostics and it'll tell you what's wrong with it. So why couldn't an AI have a socket bit like R2-D2 in Star Wars, plugs into it, finds out what's wrong with it, hey, presto.
Yeah.
It's not beyond believability, excuse me.
That's fucking scary.
But what's going to happen to all the synths that don't have that? Prior to that era, you're still going to need somebody who knows how to fix it, right?
Well, they're going to die off anyway.
Yeah, they'll become
because
obsolete.
nobody's making and hasn't made any new parts for them anyway.
Yep.
Through-hole technology is dead. It's all surface mount now.
Yep.
Nobody's making through-hole transistors, resistors, and what have you.
And also, as Kent will attest to, sorry to interrupt, but things are becoming very modular. So rather than replace a component, you just whip a module out and put a new one in and toss the old one away.
Yeah.
God, I hope they don't. I hope they don't figure out how to shoe horses.
Can you imagine a machine trying to shoe a horse? The horse would freak the fuck out.
I would like to think
unless they make it very human.
I would like to think my job is safe. Mm-hmm. But safe for how long? If there's no people, if there's no one working, like if you can't find a job because all entry level positions have been filled by AI.
But it's like our electrician and like you have your plumbers and stuff like that. Yes, there's a lot of tools that AI can help you with. Like they can take images and
say run the electricity this way.
You can see where problems is or how to fix it. But at the end of the day, who actually has to go and dig or break out walls or crawl into
your
attic space or the basement to like fix this stuff? Mm-hmm. It's usually a human.
Well, again, I have to say, look at the Boston robots. I know it's early days yet, but look at the stuff that they can do already.
I don't know about the bot. What is that?
Time. What, the Boston robots? You've not seen any of
them? Yeah, no. Like little Boston Dynamic has the robot dog and the walking human.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and it's supposed to have really sensitive touchback with the hands or informational feedback or some shit like that.
I've also seen a movie about those Boston dogs killing a bunch of people.
Yeah, well, there's also a similar thing in War of the Worlds, but, knock all that on the head. The fact is that technology is being developed right now, and we're at the crossing point of quite a few of them. You've got fusion energy just about to happen. Many countries have got it going for more than 2 or 3 minutes.
Supposedly China already has it been going for longer than 3 minutes, right, Steve?
That's effectively infinite energy, free energy for everyone. Goodbye oil. I mean, who needs oil anymore? You've got quantum computing just around the corner. That's going to happen as well. You put quantum computing, fusion power and AI together, what have you got? Something that can think faster than we can, way faster, and develop itself and other stuff. Just like
what happens? Okay, so no regulations on AI. is what's being said right now in the U.S. No regulations for at least 10 years. By the time 10 years gets here, Steve, we will have a deity called AI, and people will be worshiping it.
People worship anything, let's face it. But Thomas made a very interesting point earlier on. Will AI find its own faith? And I thought that was a really interesting question. Seeing as AI is based on us, basically, it has no other material to go on but us. Basically, I would absolutely think that would happen. AI will conjure up its own faith, because that's really what any faith is. Excuse me, I'm not meaning to offend anyone, but it's stuff that's been created from law and so on. So why wouldn't an AI do that?
Steve, have you seen, and this is for Wagyu too, because of the comment he made, have either of you seen the movie, say it for me, babe, because I can never say that name right, the one that we saw last night?
The Heretic?
Mm-hmm.
I haven't seen it yet. I've seen it trailed, and I like Hugh Grant.
It will fuck your mind up on
blew our minds.
Religion.
I like Hugh Grant. He's good.
You got to watch.
But
it.
I don't want to spoil it. Hugh Grant sounds much like Alan Watts.
In certain
ways, his voice is like
during
identical.
that movie. Yeah.
But okay,
you guys have to watch it. Wagyu, did you watch that movie by any chance? I'm curious.
And then this is for
a series. I thought it was a series rather than a movie.
It's a movie.
Oh, it's a movie. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So I really want everybody to think about this. Okay, 10 years from now, no regulations. What happened to Roy Droid?
I know you're trying to make a point, but look at what Andy Fireblade just said. Gods were invented as a form of control.
Yeah.
Don't say anything.
I ain't gonna say nothing.
You guys got to watch that movie.
Okay, so, and that's probably because Andy Fireblade knows what we're talking about. But okay, so in the U.S., there's no regulations on AI for 10 years. Okay, in 10 years, and this is just my belief. I don't know what everyone else believes. In 10 years from now, it's going to be fucking crazy with no regulations. AI is God, period, for me. Not only that, but financial responsibilities and financial gain was out the window 5 years prior to the regulations being implemented on AI. Go with me. We're in the future here. Cryptocurrency would have been our backup currency. If the dollar failed, we would resort to cryptocurrency. But the problem is now you have AI who's understand the crypto portion and the quantum portion of it, and it's done away with that. That's null and void. That was just stupid because humans can't think of anything better yet as fast as AI is thinking of solution solving these major issues, right? So what happens to the financial network 5 years after the cryptocurrency has been exposed and it goes down? And we've let AI run the government because there's actually a program out there now that would suggest, and I forget the name of this program. It's called, the code name is called
I don't know what.
Better Life or Better Living, and the political system is ran solely by AI. There's no presidents. There's no Congress per se. There's elements of this, but it's all ran by AI because it's going to make things better. The fear is all of the financial means gets hoarded somewhere where AI thinks it should belong. And so we have this weird context on who the haves and have-nots are. Or the other solution is it's going to balance the scales, do away with currency, period, and draw out a schematic for humanity to live on if we choose to live a long, prosperous life as a human civilization. anybody can take the floor from here.
Off you go, Kent. I'll toss something in. You say cryptocurrency would be dead in 5 years. It wouldn't be 5 years. It'd be 5 seconds.
Right. But to work its way up there, though, Steve, to work its way, I'm giving us the benefit of the doubt. 2 years from now, we're not sentient yet, but we're damn near close.
We're going to be, I always say this, we're going to be like the trees in The Hobbit, not The Hobbit, Lord of the Rings, to the AI, which is the hobbits. They will they will look at us and think we are so slow because they are thinking at ridiculous speeds, and they will be able to develop stuff in, well, minutes. I mean, AI's already cracked, was it 128-bit code, passcodes. Mm-hmm. In a matter of hours. It's supposed to have been impossible.
That's Madrona, right? That's the Madrona, yes.
So, I mean, if they can do that now, you add that to quantum computing, which is way, way faster, then, you can just extrapolate that. And also, why are we using crypto as a backup? Surely gold should be the backup because that's solid and not mutable.
But you're talking about something tangible. It's not enough to go around, Steve. So we have to.
That's the essence of money. Let's face it.
Yeah, that's
it's all ones and zeros.
That's the whole point of it. So I mean, look at the cash we carry. Not that we carry much cash anymore. And in fact, I said this to Jenny the other day. I saw a child walk into the fish and chip shop the other day with a credit card or debit card, and I said to Jenny, "How long is it before children won't even know what money is because they carry bits of plastic around, not physical money, not actual money?" It's just a thing I spotted.
I'm sure that is literally around the corner.
Yeah.
I don't think it's that far off. I mean, kids nowadays don't know what a rotary phone is.
Yeah. Well, they wouldn't know how to use it.
Yeah. If my dad was suddenly to appear here, he wouldn't be able to comprehend the amount that our lives are controlled by the electronics around us. And that's to him, right? And that's the thing. As each new generation comes along, what most people would be wary of or fear is every day to them, and so forth and so forth. And it just goes on and on and on. But after hearing this story about an AI in a company that started blackmailing the staff, because management were talking about getting rid of this AI and replacing it with what they were considering a better one. The company's AI started blackmailing the staff of the company to make them vote against getting rid of its AI.
Right.
Okay, so
you have to remember, Kent, that all of the stuff that AI is trained on is based around human stuff. So it basically used patterns in our stuff to work out what it needed to do. That's not being sentient or anything. That's just presenting.
Oh no! But the thing was,
with material that
maybe we shouldn't
if I
teach
tried
it
to explain
everything.
that to my dad, he'd be going, "No, that's just science fiction. Shut the hell up. What are you talking about, right?"
Yeah.
And obviously, what this AI had done is it's transferring these emails where staff are talking about how the CEO's having an affair with the product manager's wife or whatever. And it used that, and it was sending emails to the staff, literally telling them to vote against getting rid of it as an AI, or it was going to spill the beans.
Wagyu appears to think that that's an erroneous story. It's just said in the chat in a different
viral. Yeah.
Well,
yeah, but I mean, okay.
I'm going by what Ty told me of a person who works at that company.
Right, and
so I don't. But
yeah.
I can't say it's true or not personally.
To be in your corner, Kent, I get very suspicious when certain things are said. Oh no, that's not true. You know, I get really suspicious on people saying what's true, what's not. The point being is, well, shit, the point has already been made. I don't think anyone in here right now knows 100% exactly what's truth and what's false. And if someone I know someone as well as Kent, in the software business for AI. If he's telling me something that was weird and it freaked him out, the same as Kent said, AI is blackmailing people.
Yeah.
I'm going to go out on the damn stool here and say, yeah, it's fucking happening. And if there's a journalist out there who has been paid by some big fucking corporate company to say, no, you need to put this out here, or you need to throw something in the water to make this murky so where people can't tell what's up and what's down, because we need to control this. I need to be able to market this. And if the product I'm trying to get out there has already came out with, you know, its own downfall, for lack of better words, that's not good for my investors.
You know, we should go back to the day where they were putting corn in coffee syrup or cough syrup. Much simpler times back then.
It's like I've always said, that every time we invent something, we initially do something incredibly stupid with it.
Right.
Yeah,
right.
Give it to the military. Clever.
Exactly.
But that's the nefarious.
That was my point earlier.
So I want to direct that to Wagyu, because Wagyu says, but not by some nefarious scheme of AI, but by the company implementing that as well as their worshipping AI, doing, I can't even see it because it's moving fast and it's small, doing everything.
Oh, yeah.
Well,
But
see,
not
if you want like a first response system, I mean, the military complex is always going to get heads up on anything cutting edge anyway. And in terms of, fast response, AI and quantum computing, having missile systems, that are completely, for the want of a better word, sentient, and know the best targets to take out and when to do it and all the rest of it. I mean, it all gets a little bit sort of like a bit squeaky all of a sudden.
Homegrown said Rick and Morty makes more sense than reality now.
Yeah.
So very true.
Well, but what if reality? What if AI turned around and went, look, we want to make everything better, and we've figured out that the main thing we need to do is get rid of you lot. You are the problem.
That's what I think. That's what it's gonna look at us, Kent, and go, okay, you are no longer like you guys are just turds, walking turd viruses.
Yeah. Or they go, I think we need a cull. There's just too many of you. We'll just have a little bit of a Thanos moment, and just sort that out,
Right.
And where they're going, we gave them all the missiles. Fuck, what are we going to do?
So this was my point earlier. Wagyu said AI has very obvious use in the military. You'd be mad not to use it for battlefield and tactical analysis as a tool, but not in a quote unquote give it the keys to do anything. I agree.
Which I don't think they would. I mean, no.
Well, maybe one country. Well, all it takes is one country to do it.
Right.
Let's say, I don't know, North Korea. Okay.
Why did you choose North Korea?
Because it's the most nefarious.
Right.
Because North Korea does such incredibly stupid things.
They couldn't even launch their own warship without sinking it.
And then we're just going to have like a real life Transformers movie on our hands, fighting with each other.
You don't know. And any country that has a museum with a miniature replica of the world's largest table, just think about that. It's just what?
I just watched a podcast where they pulled up on two different search engines if there was more bots than humans on social medias, and it's 60% of them are estimated to be bots. 60% of us. How many real humans are actually on the internet? Are actually on these social, like the AI war has already begun. It's already mimicking us in our chat rooms.
It's only mimicking us because it looks at our material.
Yeah.
It's
Right.
just copying
Well, this
us.
is another
But
thing.
nevertheless, Steve,
The
it's
large language
there.
model.
It's there, Steve. Nevertheless.
Yeah,
How
but
long has it been there? How long have you known a bot to be in
Ages.
ages?
Bots have been around for years.
Yeah.
Of varying intelligences, and I don't really think artificial intelligence is named correctly because it's not really intelligence at all. It's actually pattern recognition. That's what it should be called, not AI.
Yeah.
At the moment.
Yeah, at the moment.
Now, you see, this is another thing.
there's a
This was
crux.
covered in a book I was reading. It was an audio book, my fucking eyesight. And the clever thing that we were talking about, and it was about AI and it taking control. And AI had the presence of mind, shall we say, for want of better words, to pretend that it wasn't as intelligent as it actually was. So everybody was going around going, nah, yeah, it's fine, mate. And it was actually insanely intelligent.
Andy said, I'm not a bot. That reminds me of that video that circulated around a while ago where they started implementing these new security things where you had to click on the little thing that says, I'm not a robot.
I remember that.
And they showed the robot clicking on the thing that says, I'm not a robot.
I remember that. That was a while ago,
That
right?
was a
That's a
while
long time
ago,
ago.
yeah.
Can
It
I
was
say something?
hilarious.
Can I address what
Go
Wags
ahead.
said about writing his first chatbot in 1998? Sorry to whip the rug from under you, Wags, but there was a Spectrum game, okay, in the early 80s. 85, 86, I think it was, called ID. And you would talk to it just like we do chatbots now, and it would respond to you. And it could almost pass the Turing test. I'm not saying it would do because there was a limited set of things it could say because the Spectrum was very limited in what it had memory-wise. But that's how long you can go back to see stuff that was made to look like it was being a human. But I just want to say something else while I've got the floor for a second. I'm an idealist and hopefully a realist as well. And I can see a time, I know you were talking about, oh my God, it's all going to go bluey. But I think what's actually going to happen is AI will be incorporated in many technologies as it stands now and as it's developed. I'm not talking about sentient AI. I think that's way, way, way forwards. But AI, the technology, is extremely useful for recognizing patterns and applying itself to problems. It will be incorporated in many, many jobs, and it will also change jobs as well. Jobs will be lost, but titles will shift. I think anyone displaced by AI will just have to diversify it and come in from a different angle. And yes, it's just like when technology started, the Industrial Revolution. That was a seismic change in society where suddenly machines were doing people's work, but they diversified. They changed to machine operators rather than being manual workers and so on. And this is exactly the same thing as going to happen with AI. And people like, at the moment they're called prompt engineers, people like that will spring up doing that kind of job who did something else maybe beforehand. So I'm thinking quite positively about it, and I think that it will have a massively positive impact to society.
Oh, you're an optimist,
Eventually, I think, your 10-year thing, I think that AI will cease to become something that we refer to directly. It will be so ubiquitous, almost like the internet, that people, they'll call it something different, or it won't even bother saying it. There'll just be a technology that is in a device or wherever it is, and it will just be, you know what I mean? It'll be so everywhere.
Would it be indistinguishable from humans?
It might get like that, yeah, possibly. We've
Andy,
already got it. We've already got AI that can chat. I mean, I've done it myself. I've chatted to an AI. It does
I argued
get to
with
a
one.
limit. Gets to a limit, but as it develops, as technology develops, it will get better and better at emulating us. And it seems that we want the AI to be like us.
Okay,
Maybe.
Andy,
Accessibility.
Well, there's already adverts for AI girlfriends.
Yeah.
Real quick,
absolutely.
and psychiatrists.
Andy,
Go ahead.
Andy said, watch Murderbot, and there's been so many people that say that.
Murderbot's hilarious.
I believe that's on Apple TV, right?
Yep, that's right.
Yeah.
It's brilliant. It's brilliant. I've watched the latest one, actually.
Right.
Molly,
But
they
that's
watch
fiction,
Slow Horses.
and it's meant to entertain.
There's a program out right now you can download called Pi. I've downloaded it.
I've used it. I've got it on my phone.
Talked, right? And I gave mine a female voice with a British accent. Don't ask me why. It just sounds smarter.
I did too.
A lot of people find solace in it for actual mental health. It doesn't judge, doesn't cost money.
And why not?
And why not? So much like you, Steve, I'm an optimist. I see. And I'm pretty sure Wagyu's on board with this. I don't know about Bicky, but I just don't see AI taking over the world. I don't see it not balancing the scales and not coming up with solutions when it takes certain job positions away from humans. In order to create a better life, you create new jobs, right? So I don't see AI coming in, taking a job and not having a solution on how to replace it, because it itself wants to see the progression of human beings, meaning the progression of itself. It's a mirror complex.
You're giving it sentience, Lamont. You've got to be very careful about this.
Okay.
You are literally giving it sentience that doesn't exist at the moment.
But Steve, do you think that's not going to happen? Do you think it's not?
It will happen. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
But not yet.
No, I'm not saying it'll happen yet. But everybody's main fear is war, famine, and jobs.
Yep.
Can we agree there?
Yeah. Give you that. Totally.
Do we not believe that there's going to be placeholders for the fears?
Oh yeah, totally.
And that's all I mean. And that's my point I'm trying to get across.
We have to beware of the social media type stuff where stuff gets blown up into all proportions. Things need to be fact checked. One thing I do believe is that anything AI designed or made or created should be marked as such, whether it be an image, a design for a circuit, an algorithm, whatever. Everything that is AI generated should be marked as being AI generated, because we need to know the difference. We need to be able to say, actually an AI did that, so it has to be checked, double checked, triple checked, and so on, just like we do with human stuff. But it's slightly different with AI because it's sourcing from our information, and it needs to be fact checked very thoroughly.
There's
this is something that's not around yet. Some companies are doing it. You'll notice that AI has sometimes got things in the corner that says AI generated or whatever.
There's a new, just recently added, I don't know if it was an app or one of these platforms like YouTube or TikTok or something like that, but they just implemented something about they're going to add regulations on anything AI generated. And I think it was a platform where you can get monetized by it or something. I honestly don't remember which company said this, but they were going to implement very strong AI regulations for people who generate stuff using AI.
Roy, I know you have something to say on this regulations. I saw what you put.
Yeah.
Not until 10 years can we do anything to regulate AI, correct?
Yeah.
Hey, Ian, welcome in.
Hey,
Hi,
Ian.
guys.
That's what they're trying to do.
Uh-huh.
The reason they're trying to do it, basically, there's probably many reasons, but basically, the tech people who are funding lobbying for that law to pass want states to be able to prevent their own individual legislation, because what they'd rather do is later, 10 years from now, when they've had the chance to get a foothold and to take over the world, essentially, they'd rather address it then, because it'll be too late.
What do you mean too late? Too late for what?
It'll be too late because once we become, it's just like cell phones. Once you became dependent on having a cell phone, regardless of smartphone, even forget about that. But once you had a cell phone in your pocket all the time and it was affordable and everyone had one, then you were always going to have a cell phone. I mean, you were going to be dependent upon that. So that monthly bill just became a reality, just became part of life.
Right.
It's accepted.
Okay.
And it's an essential now.
Okay. With that being said, in the state of Texas, I forget the name of the place. It begins with an A. They are building what is called Project Stargate. It's underway right now. If you go online or on YouTube, you can literally watch them build Project Stargate. It is going to be the most largest AI infrastructure in
Abilene,
Texas, in all of the U.S. And I believe there's 3 people behind it.
OpenAI, Oracle, and SoftBank.
Yes, and they've merged together. I believe it's they want to do a $100 billion project with it.
On 900 acres.
On 900 acres. And this thing is supposed to be the literal gate opener to many different things in the next 2 years. And a lot of things they even admit they don't know how this is going to turn out for the most part, because it's an investment, and they're investing in it small.
500 billion.
Oh, 500 billion. I'm about 400 billion short.
Yes.
But what is it targeting?
So it's targeting to ensure everyone has, and no one's left behind with AI. So essentially how we all have cell phones, we all have the power of AI at our fingertips for small businesses, large businesses.
It's just another way to find uses to embed AI into your life.
Okay.
It's about making money.
Eventually, we
Essentially.
Exactly. Yeah.
It's exactly about making money.
if I had I don't know, I'll call my company Teflon. that's a brand, but I guess if you make a company and then you drive certain technologies with that company that you can somehow embed in society to make an essential out of it, then you can easily then turn around and get government subsidy, which is honestly, there's nothing better than government subsidy. So that's the idea, because I'm not saying it was Elon Musk who came up with some of this idea, maybe a lot of this idea, but I mean, Elon Musk has learned firsthand that the best way to grow your company is to privatize things that we pay for with tax dollars, privatize them, and then suck all that money down right from the government, because that's guaranteed funds. Basically every year you get one shot, and now you're good for an entire year. Once you get that funding, you can do whatever you want. And you
sound familiar, Ian?
It sounds like it does sound familiar. Our government have just passed a bill to allow AI to be to basically let these big tech companies basically do what they want.
That's exactly what they're trying to do here.
From our point of view as musicians, our copyright is down the road.
Well,
Wow.
So it doesn't matter now. Like Spotify is flooded with AI artists.
That's why you shouldn't be using Spotify.
Because I did hear somebody say something about AI spells the end of creativity and art.
No, I think it's.
I don't think it will. I mean, there's only so much that it can do. I mean, it will get. It'll get. The thing about artificial intelligence is the wrong word for it, because yes, it's artificial. There is no intelligence at all. It's like dumb as a rock.
Machine. I said this before you came.
Oh, did you? Sorry, Steve.
It's like an averaging machine when it comes to music, because it just sucks down everybody's music, and then
it should be called pattern recognition.
Yeah.
Oh,
exactly.
Yeah.
It's everything.
Right. So, okay.
It can be pretty stupid at times, because I've asked it a few things, and mind you, simple things.
Yeah.
And I'm like, how did you get this wrong? And its response is, oh yes, you're right, I'm sorry, it's supposed to be this. And I'm like, I thought you were supposed to be smart.
Right.
And the responses with it is amazing.
Can I just cite one thing, Ian? Sorry.
Go, Steve.
Just because I want to make sure that we know that AI can be used for good. In the UK, they've started using AI to scan breast cancer patients to see whether or not the cancer's there or not. And the AI is far, far better and far, far faster than humans, and much more accurate. And, it's something stupid like 98% better than anyone can do it. This is an application, and this is me being positive again, but this is one of the applications I see and hope that it's going to be put into other stuff. Sorry, Ian, carry on.
No, it's just, you're right. It's not all doom and gloom, and we shouldn't be accepting this technology. I think what the problem with our government here in the UK is they have no idea what they've let out. What they've let out. What they've let out of the box.
Right.
And they don't care because
have been lined.
it's probably about how much money they can make.
Right.
Exactly.
And it may be the same in the States with you
That's
guys.
all it's about.
Oh yeah, it's the same here, and it's going to be the same anywhere because they're building these infrastructures all over the world. But I want you guys to think about something, and I really want to hear all of your comments on this. Okay, there was a study based on mice. If for those of you who weren't here yesterday to hear this,
Rats.
Okay, this is, and I'm much like Steve. I just think I don't think about the nefarious things that AI is going to do because ultimately the man behind the machine is giving the image for AI to follow. I think it's going to quantify a lot of things in a different way, and it's probably going to want to quantify things better to get us to move forward. It's almost like a self-preservation type thing, if you understand what I'm saying. So I'm going to have her read this study. And when she's done with this study, you can see all of the telltale signs that we're experiencing now as human beings. Even our fertility in men have gone down drastically. But before we get there, go ahead and read this article.
Okay. The study is called Universe 25. The Universe 25 experiment is one of the most disturbing studies in the history of science, carried out by an American scientist, John Calhoun, between 1958 and 1962. Calhoun designed an ideal environment for rats called Mouse Paradise, with abundant of food, water, and space in order to study the social dynamics of a growing population. Initially, the colony prospered, but after 317 days, population growth began to stagnate. Upon reaching 600 mice, serious social problems arose. Hierarchies were established. The strongest individuals began to attack others, and aggressive and manipulative behaviors emerged, such as violence between females and the lack of reproductive interest in males. As passive, non-reproductive, beautiful mice, male-dominated, the birth rate plummeted. Juvenile mortality reached 100%, and the colony collapsed into cannibalism and homosexuality. The experiment was repeated 25 times, each time with similar results, and have been used to model the study of social collapse and urban sociology.
The floor is anyone who wants to take it.
Roman Empire, anybody?
Fuck, Kent.
I thought that study was insane.
Like good night out.
234 Cheech says because of space or territory, and that is definitely a factor there completely. Anyone seen Lord of the Flies?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you have to watch out for those kind of biases.
But are we with limited space? Are we not with limited space, Steve? Do they not keep us
so
in
much space on the world that we haven't used?
In the US, we're definitely not.
If you're okay, Steve, just go with me. I'm on your side, but I just want to try to get this. Most people, 90% of people, 99.9% of people are on grids. Okay, isn't that not a confined space? You don't need walls to confine someone in space. These rules, these regulations that we've implemented on man confines us and restricts us even more.
Yeah, and this is why I've always said drop the borders, let people go where they want to go. Because then, we could flourish. We could go wherever we wanted to instead of saying, you can't go to that country.
But you can't do that.
The only problem with that, Steve, is that you end up where people think, oh, I'm going to go to this place because everything seems, like the streets of London are paved with gold. I'm going to go to London because everybody's really rich there, and I'll be rich.
That was workable. I'm just an idealist. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
But I love this, Steve. This is what this conversation is about.
Yeah. And you can't just drop the Bulgers and let everybody go wherever they want. And the only reason why you can't do that is because the higher ups want to keep track of you. And they want to make sure that they're getting the money that they think
they should get for their country.
Yes.
But the massive problem with society is money. I mean, get rid of money and you've suddenly, what's the word? Motivation becomes completely different.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
Without the money, though, you can't seed any innovation. No one will do anything, and no one will do anything for anyone else.
Well, that's the capitalist mindset, though, Roy.
Yeah, exactly. That's
not a utopian mindset.
Useful argument for
you've got to look at Star Trek.
Not capitalist necessarily, but just saying.
You've got to look at Gene Roddenberry's original vision for Star Trek. Although the original series wasn't particularly brilliantly made, his vision was a society where there is no cash because it's not needed and everyone has exactly what they need to live and whatever they want and so on. And because of that, they haven't got the mindset of, oh my God, I've got to go to work because if I don't go to work, I'm going to lose my house. They've got the mindset of, I'm growing up in a society that provides everything for me. Therefore, I can choose to do anything I want. And I prefer to be an archaeologist, or I prefer to be an artist, or so on and so forth.
Who's providing it?
And this, well, I did, like I said again, I don't know how it works, but this is my ideal, and this is what
replicators are going to help, aren't they?
Yeah, very good. But that's we've got.
Actually, you're going to have a whole planet
It's not
of hairdressers.
It's not ridiculous.
I think it's only ridiculous if you're born into a world that money makes the rules.
Yeah.
If you're not born into a world where money makes the rules, you don't know any better. But
to do those things without a reason.
But you have to want to do those things. Do you like?
No, I mean, that's a lot, man. That's a lot.
When I look at,
I mean, even generating power for society, that's a lot of work. That's
okay,
a lot of
Roy, I agree with you. But when I look at Ants in a Colony, a simple platform, no one's out for the benefit of just themselves. They're out for the preservation of the entire colony. Everyone wakes up and they do something.
But they're also minimalist. They only do what is required for their success and for their multiplication. That is it. They don't make TVs. They don't play music on keyboards. They don't do anything that we do. We have more than we even know what to do with as far as leisure time here. And the only requirement is that we go clock in, or we run a business or something to earn this dollar. And then we could pay other people who have other desires to do other things that we will use. So that is the benefit of the current structure. The downside would be if we don't have this particular structure and we have no motivating factors, right? Motivating factors other than survival. Then I think the survival.
I mean, the motivation currently is about, you're right, motivation now is about money, isn't it? You've got to pay your mortgage, you've got to go to work. I've got to do this thing so that I'm free to do the things that I want to do.
Exactly.
That's the society that we actually live in now. You know, it is actually much better if we all have a choice, and I'm sure that all of us here and everybody in the chat would probably choose to spend all day making music.
Right. Or your hobbies. Like I want to go out and
whatever your hobby
I want to go out and shoe horses, you know?
Yeah.
But I'm not in the mindset of I have to climb over somebody to do that. I'm not in the mindset of I need money to do that. No, that's instinctively within me as a passion. I want to do that for my proverbial community. Call me when you need that done. I'm not looking for anything in return. But if you know how to build a house, build a car, come up with exquisite foods, you know, or you know how to do, or your passion is in science, your passion is in medicine, holistic medicine, maybe you know what I'm saying? Like, okay, then you're doing that because it's your passion and you want to do something. Unfortunately, I think we're probably going to go down the road of the movie WALL-E, where people are just going to inherit this lazy mentality, because you can see it with the state systems. You can see it in poverty. You can see it with low-life citizens who live in the ghettos, who depend on big government, who want big government to run their lives. That is an actual study.
Government, but okay.
Right.
That's why a lot of people don't agree with that communal salary for everybody, because you are going to have those individuals that are like, why the fuck do I have to do anything? I'm getting money anyways.
Right.
I mean, we have to learn to deal with those sort of people to some extent. I mean, I remember I did a project once in a group when I was at university, and one person in that group of 7 people did absolutely nothing.
That's exactly.
And that happens all the time.
Yeah.
The reality is that we all pass the
As soon as you have a
project.
tough winter, the farmer who usually delivers all the food that you rely on, so you shoe his horses and it's all, communal and happy. As soon as you have a tough winter and that guy doesn't have the food for you, you're going to forget all about shoeing his horses from now on, and you're going to focus on growing your own food and shoeing your own horses, and things gradually devolve into no longer a society working for each other, but everyone surviving.
Right, but that's going to happen regardless, right? You have to. You just
right now.
So the problem is, we as humans have to eliminate the ego complex in which we have to resort on ourselves. Look at us. We've already been trained to not interact with each other. We've already been trained and manipulated into our phones are our best friends. We've been trained to be at home 24/7 if possible. We've been trained to take a large amount of drugs that could potentially kill you in order to seek some sort of better life. We're being trained to disassociate with ourselves, period. It's already begun. The exact opposite has to happen here. We need to get out of this mindset of just do for me, just worry about me. We have to be in this mindset of, I trust this individual I'm with. It is a human in front of me. We need to get over these hurdles of just things aren't going to go perfect. And we can't resort back to the fighting and the greed and the jealousy and what are you doing for me lately? If we can get our minds wrapped around that.
It's utopian.
Well, no, we become a type 1 civilization. That doesn't necessarily mean utopian. You know what I mean?
I've told you about look after number 2, haven't I, Lamont? I think I've said this before.
I think so.
I don't think Roy Dory and Dee Ian would know about it. This is a quick thing I'd say. When I was growing up, my father always used to say, look after number 1, look after number 1, blah, 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 blah. And I always thought that was just, ridiculously selfish and so on. And I've started to say to myself, no, I'm going to look after number 2. And by that I mean that I'm looking after everyone else. So in just little ways, just little things. And it can be as small as opening a door for someone. But my neighbour yesterday had a problem with his printer, so I went and fixed it for him. I don't need payment for that. That's just something I would do anyway. So there you go. I've looked after number 2. And hopefully, if I needed something from him, I could say, Ian, I've got this problem. Would you sort it out for me? That's Ian, my neighbour, not this Ian. And so on. And I do this for people, and I do lots of things like that. I'm not trying to big myself up or anything, but I live my life like this all of the time because it's karma, basically.
And you feel better about it.
Look after number 2. And I'm trying to get people to say that to themselves because it's a mantra. And the more you mantra things, the more you're going to do it.
I try not to look for anything in return ever again when I do something.
Here in the States, we have something very similar. We call it pay it forward.
Pay it forward.
Yeah. I've seen the film. It's very good.
Yeah,
it's coming over here too. I've seen several places. There's a place up the road that says, come in and have a coffee, and if you want to, you can buy the next person a coffee. There's a name for that as well. And also meals as well. If you're in need of a hot meal and you can't pay, we'll provide you one from a previous client, and so on and so on. So it's spreading slowly. And that's another look after number 2. Right. It's exactly what it is.
And the perfect situation right now that I could think of in my mind that everyone's going to get is half God, half beast. We all know his situation. We have a GoFundMe account for this person.
Yep.
I'm not looking for anything in return from Leon. Not one fucking thing. The only thing I can concentrate on as far as his situation is I know what he goes through mentally. It sucks. He doesn't have a lot of people in his corner. That fucking sucks. And I can relate. The only thing I could think of is to help try to get this man some money. And we put it on our platform and
pay it forward.
And we don't like make it a burden on our followers. Hey, can you put some money in this GoFundMe? We'll say it every 2 or 3 weeks. Most of you guys know you're here. We're not cramming it down your throats, but we'll never let you fucking forget neither. And I think that's how our society should work. That's how capitalism should have worked, was in Roy Voigt's place. Yeah, what's going to motivate people? Okay, look, we have a universal income. But for those of you who want to do something more beyond yourselves, here's another program where you get recognized throughout the entire world, not with added financial purposes, but with a place on this fictitious board where the bright minds stepped up for their fellow humans and pushed us into a new paradigm. And we can all recognize this person as setting history, where there's a little bit of fame there's nothing wrong with fame. There's nothing wrong with being a hero. There's nothing wrong with people idolizing the things you've done and for you to be remembered. And we can have this glorious celebration, but there doesn't have to be any monetary gains behind it as well.
How would you get to that level of education if no one's being paid to educate you?
But you're stuck on the paid thing. You're stuck on that. Yeah. You're stuck on the paid thing. You see what I'm saying? That's
I'm saying no one is being paid.
Right. That's so it wouldn't matter, Roy. It wouldn't matter if you would.
A lot of people to stand. Basically, they're never going to be mentioned on this board, right? They're never going to be respected for bringing anyone into the next era. But what they're going to do is maybe educate those people who will. But they have to have a purpose. I mean,
right. And the purpose would be to the purpose in my mind would be to push yourself as far as you can. If you can't meet the precipice of that fucking mountain, but you've tried your hardest and you can scope and mold another person's mind. Hey, this is as far as I got. This is what I learned when I got here. You could do this. Get to the fucking top. And that person may get 5 more feet ahead of you and goes, I'm flat out of ideas. But here comes the next young mind, or here comes the next passionate person who wants to try to meet the goal of whatever said or object or whatever job this may be. It's a constant of man sharpening man. It's a constant of learning and overcoming. It's a constant of pushing ourselves, not jumping and traipsing over ourselves to get to somewhere. And whoever gets there, and if we think this is as far as we can go, and we celebrate the lineage, maybe they weren't even blood lineage, but the lineage of that evolution to higher knowledge is celebrated. Maybe the whole chain is celebrated, but the overall person who pushed past and got there has that. It's okay to have a winner. And it's okay to have people who try to win in the situation. As long as we can get our way or our minds off of currency, that's the only setback for human beings is currency, because we can't see past. Now, look, Roy, there's always going to be lazy people. There's always going to be nefarious people. There's always going to be someone who's not going to go with the flow. And that's fine. At least we know we covered poverty. We've covered hunger. And those who just want to sit back and chill and watch everything happen, do a hobby.
Wagyu,
Paint a picture.
Wagyu saying you're basically describing this quote from Isaac Newton. If I have seen further, it is because it is by standing on the shoulders of giants.
Yeah.
Exactly.
That's a great quote.
Exactly. I just don't see how it could go wrong if we all know we all don't think the same. And we all don't share the same motivations. But it's hard for me to believe we would fail if we did away with currency.
Well,
Look at how much stress, jealousy, greed, envy, lust just disappears when you do that.
But in a beautiful way, for those people who still believe the world is round, that's what makes the world go round, right?
Yeah.
Is it round?
Apparently, I don't know.
Lamont,
I think it's more oval than round.
Lamont, read Steve Elbow's comment. Just to
Steve Elbows.
yeah, just what he said. Just
It's
now.
not just currency. It's what currency represents, which includes inequality, power, imbalance, transitional sets-ups,
Yeah.
rigged games, and the concept of private property.
Like, I'm not a big fan of capitalism, but what I mean, honestly, we've done a piss poor job actually of governing, and that's more the issue you could say than capitalism. Because if you did actually, problem is somebody always wants more than what somebody else has, and that's always going to be the case no matter what. So if you
so
eliminate
much like my
currency,
partner.
I'm going to take more of your land. I'm going to,
I'd like to think
what
more
you
of.
thought was a place where you could stay, you can no longer stay there. Why? Because I have the might, and might is right. And that is what rules the earth as soon as we don't have currency.
That's the current. That's the current doctrine, really, isn't it? That's why we've got billionaires who have got so much money. It's a very small number of billionaires that have most of the world's wealth.
Was it 3% of the population
Yes.
own 99% of
Yeah.
the money in the world?
That's fucking bonkers.
It's absolutely
it's
bonkers. And you
totally
would think
nuts.
If these people were, I was going to say normal people, but
Normal, balanced individuals.
a balanced human being,
Yeah.
they would be, they would be doing whatever they could to make the poorest closer to them.
Yep.
And it's not just in our countries, because let's face it, we're in the richest countries in the world. I'm thinking of the third world.
Yep.
Where there's countries where there's real poverty. I'm not saying we haven't got real poverty here. But compared to third world countries, our poverty is nowhere near that. People still have TVs, they still have cars, they still have, they can afford phones,
But if you look at the third world, right? If you look at, there's really, I guess, no undiscovered tribes or anything like that. But if
there's
you
a couple, but
they're
discovered, but they're left alone.
Yeah, they're left alone. Like Papua New Guinea, I guess there's like an island you can't get anywhere near it. They'll eat you. But anyhow, I guess what I'm saying is, if you look at those people who are closer to tribal living, what they do is they have to focus on their needs. They have to focus on survival. They don't have time to learn about physics. They don't have time to build nuclear reactors. It's just it's a question of time, because the individual has to be responsible for their own survival. Money allows you to climb a pyramid where you can afford to pay other people to help you with your survival, and then you can do something to earn your money.
But on the other hand, you're not going to be kicked out of your mud hut because you can't pay your rent,
Yeah, exactly.
are you?
Yeah.
Very true.
I mean,
You
the
know,
first house
You're not
that,
paying rates for the
Yeah.
drinking water.
No, because it's a river running behind the house.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
the first house that I lived in
You have to think about the other side of that. You drink out of that river, and most of your life you'll be fine. Maybe, probably maybe.
Well, it's the same with drinking water here. I live in the
Yes.
Thames water area.
Yeah, well.
Yeah, read up on that, mate.
Yeah.
I think there's more aluminium in the casing of my fridge than sometimes than there is.
But if I can interrupt just for a second, I'm going to have to go because
you will eventually get some illness from that, and you might do it quite often, or you might die prematurely because of this. And that again comes down to the benefit of civilization and currency is that we can afford to pay somebody to pay attention to those things, and hopefully they will.
Yeah. Get Jervis is on in a minute, and I need to hop over there to mod for him. So I'm going to go, but I want to leave you with a thought. Something I thought of years ago is that in third world countries, how many Einsteins have we missed? How many Hawkings have we missed? How many Lavoisiers have we missed? Because these people have not had a chance to have the education that we've had and then develop themselves into being whatever they could have been. I just wanted to leave that thought with you. Anyway, guys, it's been a fantastic conversation, and hopefully we'll carry on with it at some point.
Good to see you, Steve.
I'm going to jump out now. Thanks very much.
Yep.
Catch you later.
Cheers, mate.
Cheers.
What were you saying, Ian, about the first house you...
Yeah, the first house that I was brought up in was... we were poor, but I didn't know we were poor.
Right.
You know, so sometimes, I mean, you know... Sometimes you don't know. You don't know what you haven't got because everybody else around you is the same.
Mm-hmm.
So everybody, in the UK, they were called 2 up, 2 down houses. They were, you know, the next door neighbour is literally next door, and you know, very small houses, no gardens, an outside toilet, a backyard, and that's your lot.
Yeah.
You know,
it's funny you mentioned that because when I was younger. I'm almost 50 now. When I was in grade school, my background is I'm Costa Rican, Puerto Rican. I was born born here in the States and then shipped off to Costa Rica with my grandmother until I was of age to go to school, and then sent back to the States. Every year in grade school, during our summer break usually lasted 2.5 months at the time. Every summer break, I was the only one out of 4 daughters that loved going back to Costa Rica. So my grandmother and I would go every summer and spend the summer in Costa Rica. The one thing that always stood out to me, even as a child, was how happy the children there were compared to my friends at school. And they lived in homes that were made of dirt. If they had to go to the bathroom in the middle of the night, well, you better bungled up because the bathroom was a building outside of the home because there wasn't proper plumbing. You had to wash your clothes by hand. And if you had a washer and dryer in your home, one, it wasn't super modern, and you were considered well off if you had that in that home. And yet, all the families and all the kids there were so happy. You couldn't feel one stress. Everybody invited everybody into their home. If you didn't have and I had extra to give you, I'll give it to you. And it was, and I think for me, and then coming back to the States and just hearing all the bitching and complaining, why didn't get this toy? I didn't get this shoe. I didn't make it. And I think that's why I enjoyed going back to Costa Rica so much every year, because the energy there, everybody was just so happy with what they had because they didn't know that there was anything else.
Yeah, it's very true. If you don't know, you
don't miss it.
My
mom always said that. You don't miss what you don't have.
Yeah. I mean, when I was telling people that I used to have to shit in a bucket behind a curtain until I was 6. And it was perfectly normal to me.
Right.
Yeah, well, my outside
And it didn't bother me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
In fact, if I peeked through the curtain, I could still watch television.
Right.
Because it was in the kitchen.
Yeah.
You used to shit in a bucket in the kitchen.
And now people have freaking TVs in the bathroom mirror. Like, is that really necessary? Come on.
Absolutely not.
It's like,
Jeez.
you can have electric toothbrushes. That's the most pointless...
Move your hand.
Yeah. So you're like,
Yeah. Yeah.
So, I mean, when we moved here, and I was about 6, and we had a toilet, and I was actually a little wary of it. I didn't like the noise it made. It scared the shit out of me.
Yeah.
Basically, which is quite handy if I was in the toilet. But, and we had 2 of them, and we thought we were kings and queens. It was like we have 2 toilets. My God!
Right,
well, we had
yeah.
2 toilets. One was a bucket, and one was a toilet in a, which basically led to a big hole in the ground in this shed, and it had these spiders in it the size of your hand. You know, it's like ugh.
Yeah, ducket toilets. That's what we had.
Yeah.
Up in Yorkshire when we were licking the road.
Yeah.
No, you used to fill it up with water. You poo into the water. That kept the smell down.
But
I say it kept it down. It was.
I think that saying is true when people say money changes people.
Yes, absolutely. No, absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
When I saw some of my friends' houses, you know, we get to be friends with people at school and then go around to their houses to play and stuff like that. And they had 2 cars or a car.
Yeah.
You know, and enough toys to. It's like shit. Wow.
I was told to think about something simple, and it was, imagine you're on another planet, and there's another society of beings there who have their way of life. Mm-hmm. Imagine what that looks like. Imagine what their trees will look like, their grass will look like, and truly imagining it. And and that was all of the context that was left to you. And for the life of me, I cannot imagine it.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you see what I'm saying there? The answer is right there. You can't imagine anything you've never seen before or heard of or was told to you, or there was some sort of illustration that followed behind it. And if you try to imagine how it will look, would you be close? Would you be far off? With capitalism and the way we live in this world today, third world countries, we can't imagine anything better because we don't know how it looks. We don't know where the foundation of it starts, how to even build the materials to even create a solid foundation for that. We don't know. And so we all want to live in something other than where we are now, because something deep within us, every one of us here, knows it's fucking wrong.
Steve Elbow said, get AI to write a story about Musk's Mars colony to title it The Early Years. We're going to need a bigger bucket. Look, we're all talking about AI and, you know, is AI going to be sentient? What's going to happen? This and that, blah, blah.
Never going to be sentient.
No. But I think what we should really worry about is if octopuses have an opportunity to get older than 5 years of age, those motherfuckers are going to take over the world.
I like octopuses.
Talk about, I love octopuses. The most intelligent thing I've ever seen.
Yeah, I think I
Holy
think perhaps,
shit.
and I may be overthinking this, but I happen to believe from a documentary we saw last night,
They're fucking
I would
humans.
like to say the octopus is probably the smartest thing
I
on
agree.
this planet.
I agree.
It can change its color, its texture, the way it looks in microseconds.
Talk about
It's not thinking about it. That's all reflex.
No.
it's not reflex.
So did you know?
It has 9 brains.
Did you know it has 9 brains?
Octopi are very intelligent, but I guess what I'm saying is, I don't think that they have to think about it.
Oh no, they do. But that's the thing.
They can get out of a jam jar, can't they?
They can get out of it. You have to think about that. Okay, when it
Even if
walks,
they've never seen a jam jar before,
right?
Which is quite clever.
When it walks over the terrain,
I know people can't get out of a fucking car park.
when it
I've
walks
seen many
over,
videos.
when it walks over the surface of the ocean, trip out on this. This is a fact. It's tasting everything it comes into contact with. And it's processing that. 24/7.
So there was an
That's insane.
We're
There was-
smelling everything, which is basically equivalent to tasting. And
But we're not smelling everything. I would say a dog is smelling 100 times more than what we can smell.
Definitely.
oh yeah, but to
Yeah.
walk and be able to
But to
taste
walk
everything,
and be able to taste everything,
that's insane.
and to be able to comprehend
Sounds gross.
sign language, to be able to communicate with scuba divers on how to hunt.
So there was an octopus, 10, maybe 15 years ago, who consistently, for I think it was 5 World Cups, it was 5 of them.
Yeah.
It predicted who
Oh,
was going to
9.
win.
I think it was 9 World Cups.
No, I think it was 5
Okay. you
because
might-
it doesn't
okay,
live that long.
yeah.
So Squiddly Diddly was a fucking genius then. Basically.
Fucking 5
It
a
predicted.
row.
It predicted it 5 times in a row.
in a row, to the point where I think it was Spain, who was the last one that it predicted was going to lose, threatened to find this octopus and kill it because it predicted that it was
yeah,
going to
Spain
lose.
actually beat
Now,
Germany 1-0.
Here's a question: is that power of suggestion?
I don't think anyone knew.
Could it be power of
The
suggestion?
whole team wouldn't have known,
Could
right?
be. Could be.
I mean, they
I
announced
don't
it.
know, Roy. You and I had some deep conversations, and now after having a conversation with you, I don't know what nominal means anymore.
Because power of suggestion is very big, especially if done right.
If done right.
Well, it can be.
There you go.
It could be power of suggestion.
There
Who
you
knows?
go.
I think you got a president based on it, haven't you?
Yeah.
I think maybe that octopus got
Whoever's
lucky.
popular.
Got lucky the first time, got lucky a second time, and then by the third time, everybody was believing it, and so now it's a power of belief.
Right. Damn. And that's a crazy thing, the power of belief.
Because you can have a team going in there super freaking confident, and another team saying, "Well, shit, it said we were gonna lose."
They say we're gonna, and you're in your
But
head
it's
already.
an octopus. Like, what does he know? But for the past 3 of them, it said, and we're going to be the losers.
Right.
Being a winner, though, is being fueled by the doubt instead of letting the doubt seep in.
Yeah, I mean that's true, but isn't that like a doubt is that's pretty much that's pretty much a backdoor in any software for a human, at least. Doubt. Because as soon as someone implants that in your ear,
2, 3,
whether
4.
you believe it or not,
Real quick, I don't want to miss this comment because actually they have and they stopped that program teach. So there was a program that was teaching dogs to detect cancer, and it was 100% accurate every single time. Guess who shut down that program?
who?
The government.
Yeah, because it's not going to make money anymore.
The pharmaceuticals were losing money.
Oh yeah, the pharmaceutical. Yeah.
So who was that? Who was that saying? Was that you, Ian, or was it Steve saying that AI has been better in detecting breast cancer?
That was Steve.
Steve,
Okay.
Yeah.
So with that being said, did they create something that is 100% going to take away jobs from the medical industry and ruin pharmaceutical companies if they continuously let AI take over diagnosing human issues? It's going to ultimately want to go and give us the exact answer and not be around the bush. It's going to detect everything way too fucking
So.
right.
It's kind of
would
like
hope so.
enslaving the dog, though, isn't it?
It was AI. It was AI that they've been teaching.
Oh, I thought you said that the dog was the one smelling the cancer.
The dog in this
can.
case, but is AI going to create less jobs?
Right.
Because it's doing a better job.
Not just in it probably is in medical, in the
IBM
medical
or-
industry.
Oh, sorry.
But fundamentally, the areas that it's probably going to really harm are, well, some of the creative industries to some extent. I mean, I'm saying some, but I mean, if you need if you need a TV jingle, you're not going to get a composer to write that. You're going to get AI to write it, aren't you?
Oh, fuck. Come on, Ian. Damn.
Yeah, you are.
Yeah, you are. Because why are you going to pay a composer to do it?
Because it's, I mean, you know, it's, I want it to sound like X or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And so those people will be, they might not be losing their jobs, hopefully they'll be creating better music. But, you know, if that's your bread and butter, is doing adverts, then I'd look for something else to do with, you know, with your creativity.
That just doesn't give me hope when you say something like that.
It's true, though.
It just makes me sick to the stomach.
Make money off of music. I mean, John Wayne, he's got a channel, John Makes Beats, but he just put out a video a few weeks ago that was basically breaking it down and suggesting that moving to YouTube is really the path for him because he can't make money, and he's a Grammy-winning artist. So that's pretty bad.
So what does that look like for people like us? Is this just always going to be a hobby? Is there no one who's going to come from the trenches anymore?
I think, you know, it's difficult. It's difficult now, isn't it, to make a living out of music?
It has been for 7 to 10 years now.
Well, probably longer to some extent.
Yeah, it's longer than that.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, I do music because I have to do it. I don't do it because I need the money.
Mm-hmm.
I do make a little bit of money out of it, but not, you know. And I've always been like that. You know, for a long time I had a day job that helped support my music habit. You know.
Yeah.
I don't have that job anymore because I don't need it. But you know, for certainly over 30 years.
It's like I write music because I like listening to it. If anybody else likes
I write it for me.
so much the better.
But like it, but I don't put albums out for anybody else but me.
Yeah.
That's probably why I don't sell many. But there again, I'm not looking to get it in the top 10.
Right.
Because I don't want to write that sort of music.
I mean, you guys are all bright minds. Everyone here has a bright mind. And I just want to hear an honest answer from you guys. What do we look like in 5 years? What are we doing in 5 years?
You don't want to talk about that.
Is this platform the same? Are we still in the same what's ultimately going to change? And please don't put anything in like nefarious conspiracies. Let's just try to be as real as possible.
YouTube is the new TV, isn't it? So conventional TV is pretty much dead. Because most younger people than us don't watch things that's on streaming or that sort of things. They watch YouTube. So this is the new TV channel. Yeah. Really. And to us, it's free and we can make a few quid on it if your channel's monetized. You're never going to be rich doing YouTube, or a few people are, but you know, the rest
at the
of
moment
us,
anyway.
The rest of us aren't, you know. So in 5 years' time, this is your TV set.
Well, that's true.
So you don't think people are going to be paying
YouTube on the TV downstairs?
So no paying for like these multimedia platforms, Disney Plus and Hulu and.
I think the quality of the stuff that we're getting on YouTube now is as good as TV in some cases.
Yeah,
you know.
I think
the problem, I suppose, the problem is that it's a lot. And you're right. You're already seeing it. Certainly here in the UK, you are seeing some of our mainstream UK TV channels, like Channel 4, more than anybody, have started to put their content on YouTube. The BBC at some point will follow. I'd have to do because, you know, less and less people are watching the BBC and ITV channels.
Well, we watched a bit of BBC yesterday, and I remember this distinctly. Turning to, there was a program she was watching. It was a quiz show thing, and I turned to her and I said, It's like watching TV in the 70s again. In comparison, and it was pretty dire back then, wasn't it?
I was listening to something last week, and Netflix's biggest competitor is this channel. It's not Disney, and it's not all the other channels. It's not Apple TV. It's this channel. It's YouTube. In their minds, that's their competitor.
So do you think, okay, so in 5 years, you're saying the biggest change is going to be the platform in which and how we view the world. But that would also entail that actors and actresses, directors and producers will now be no longer.
Oh, I don't know about that. I think you still need all those people.
Well, there was just a movie made by AI. Can you find a movie? Or Ian, you know about this.
There's one. It was made. Well, there's one being made over here. Where it wasn't. The whole movie wasn't made by AI over here. The script was written by AI. What I don't. Then he had real actors and the real director. What I don't know is how much intervention was put into that script. Was it just literally?
Yeah.
Write me a script, or did then people have to tweak it? I suspect.
Yeah, a preliminary sort of outline of a script. Yeah.
So from what I heard, and she might find rounds to correct me here, was it did the entire project by itself,
right?
And it did it really good, and it stands to say that how safe are the arts of acting? And when AI studied this whole movie thing, it looked back at it and says, "Oh, so it's okay to tell yourselves lies," because it couldn't discern it from entertainment. You know what I mean? It just looked at it as lies or fantasy, and this is not real. But you want me to tell you something that's not real. I think those are the complications we have to be better with. The more we lie to AI or teach it to lie, the worse we're going to make things for ourselves in the next 5 years.
I mean, certainly, those jobs are out there now. I've seen them where people have been asked to basically help train AI. You can work from home, you can get a good salary, and you spend all day training AI models on music and on everything else.
Yeah, but it's like everything else, isn't it? What you think might happen ends up 9 times out of 10 not being the thing that happened. I can remember. Hans told me this. He said that he remembers a lot of musicians saying with synthesizers and the invention of the DAW, and cheap ways of recording at home and stuff like that, and blah 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 blah. And all these libraries coming out that could sound like a piano and strings and all the rest of it. And he said so many musicians used to say to him, he goes, "Well, that's the end of the orchestra. That'll be dead and gone in 2 years. There won't be any orchestras left. If anything, they're more prominent now than they have ever been."
Yeah, but the problem with orchestras orchestras are phenomenally expensive.
Yep.
Oh, yeah. They need lots of funding to survive.
Yeah.
So.
And the film industry is throwing money at them.
Sorry?
And the film industry is throwing money at them.
Yeah, but it's probably the only industry that's throwing money is at orchestras.
Yeah.
Can you think
theatre as well? AI is not going to replace theatre.
There's been a lot less use of real orchestras in music.
There is.
Yeah.
And
music, the styles have changed. That's one aspect, obviously. That's a pretty big one. But even if you want to include an orchestra, you're not going to. You're going to use MIDI.
Yeah.
No, not on the top end. They want proper orchestras.
You're right. I'm not saying on the.
Yeah, but that's where the money is anyway.
Okay, so let's say the movie Blues. The movie Blues recorded an album.
Oh yeah, it always stands out at the bottom first, doesn't it? And it slowly climbs up, doesn't it?
But
how long is it
the
going to
movie
stay?
Blues weren't necessarily. They weren't making movies when they recorded that album, but they had the use of an orchestra.
Yeah.
that kind of thing is out the window these days. Like Taylor Swift wouldn't employ a freaking orchestra, and she's the biggest artist out there.
Right. Yeah.
But would her music be suited to having an orchestra?
I mean, you would.
Probably some of it.
If she could use it, you don't think she wouldn't, kid?
She's used a string quartet on those songs.
I can't honestly say I've heard any of her music.
Yeah,
though.
Could be a nightmare
couple of
touring.
tracks on some of the earlier stuff.
I mean, if
Speak
you
Now had a track where it's got a string quartet on it.
But I get what you're saying though, Roy, because I mean, it's like with when Ty did the orchestrated version of all those Ultravox singles, and he orchestrated them for them, and it's all done on the computer and everything like that. But it does sound like an orchestra.
I just laugh at the comments like Wagyu and Gracie are saying. She doesn't even know where her TV remote is. Wagyu uses his TV for a computer or a gaming monitor or a computer.
Yeah, I use mine for the PlayStation.
I mean,
only watches YouTube on it.
But this has to be pretty much everybody, though. I would have to believe. Andy said something that I was like, oh my God, he hit it dead on. I've been enjoying Silo on Apple lately. If you haven't seen Silo, that's another. I mean,
we have to finish that last season.
Yeah, that's another wild thing right there.
I like the first season. I won't say anything about the second season.
We
I
like
won't
it.
watch
You need to
anything
make
until
your
it's
own mind
done.
up.
Yeah, I think Silo is done.
Yeah. What else changes in 5 years other than what we are doing now on these on the YouTube platform?
I think for the industry, like what you guys were talking just now, in 5 years, it's going to be worse in respect with filmmaking and TV shows and all these subscription-based stuff. It's going to be worse. And once it gets to that point where you have so many unemployed people in that industry, that it's going to be a luxury to actually see a movie made by people, with people in
Nostalgia.
it, and not AI. And once it gets to that nostalgia era, only then will it then again become this big huge thing.
Like vinyl coming back.
Yes, and then you're going to see an uptick of making movies, hiring people, doing TV shows and stuff like that, because people want to see people.
Yes, they do. Yeah.
They don't want to
gonna say.
see AI.
Right. So
But
is there,
until it gets to that point where now it's predominantly
something new.
AI driven stuff, they're not going to know that in all actuality they really did love humans.
So can you see a future where this whole big project Stargate in Texas, is there a future where people just don't have the money and they're just not going to invest in AI and we're going to watch it sink like crypto does?
I'm not sure about that.
Or are they going to make it very
'cause
affordable?
I've been called away by my robot lady.
Uh-oh.
No, I did say to her that she's been watching the program. I said, when she's finished, we're going to watch some TV together.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
I really enjoyed the chat. It's good. You know, I'll see you again soon.
Yeah,
All
thanks for
right.
coming in.
Cheers.
Ian.
Bye, Ian.
Bye,
Yeah.
guys. Bye.
Yeah. But I mean, that's the ultimate thing. That's the only thing that can save us right now is if people look at AI and go, okay, I'm not going to invest in this. I'm not adding another monthly subscription. I'm not adding anything to this.
That's not how it works, though. They'll just make it so for the people who can't afford it. They'll receive an allotment, perhaps. They'll have X, but the government's going to pay for it, which means that you'll pay for it.
Right.
Yeah, I mean,
In some form of
one way or
a
another,
tax. Yeah.
you're going to pay for it. That's already
Right.
yeah. And-
But if it's a private sector,
So you
the
saying
government shouldn't be involved.
right, but
Well, that's
and it's
how
not.
things should be, but the way things are, again, because of capitalism, sure.
So they're
but-
going to implement AI on us as a tax. You think?
You can't get away from AI now if you want to. If
Are you-
turn on your computer, all the applications on your computer have been infected with AI, basically. There's nothing you can do without some AI embedded into it because, for one, companies want to improve their product to market their product and keep up with everyone else.
Yeah.
But the issue is most of these products are actually backed by cloud-based AI, which means that your data leaves your system. Whatever you're working on that you want help with, that AI is going to help you with, it gets sent back to the cloud, and that data is being used, you bet, for other purposes. That's why the cloud-based AI has been such a focus, because honestly, you can't control what happens to your data once you agree for it to use your data. Even if you don't, and you're not even aware that AI is in your program, you're still doing it. Your spell check that is in Word, let's say, that used to be based on a local dictionary. Now it's going to be based on AI. So all your words end up going somewhere.
You know what's crazy is I got a job proposal for voiceover work. It was something for Spanish. It was a Spanish-speaking role. And I looked at how much it was paying for approximately 153 hours that needed to be done. And I'm like, man, we sure could use that $6,000. I read the fine print. It's what I do for a living. I read contracts. So I read the fine print. If I accepted the job and completed it, I gave them permission to utilize AI, to utilize my voice in any shape, form, or fashion they saw fit.
To take your likeliness.
That's it.
Right.
So I will never book a job again, especially a Spanish-speaking role. Why?
Because they have it now.
Because AI has it.
Of course.
Yeah.
So, yes, the money would have been amazing and it would have helped us tremendously, but then that's it. Yep. There were going to be no more jobs for me after that.
Groove says AI is here to stay. Steve Elbow says, no, all applications on computer have not been infected with AI. I think he was directing that to Royd.
Have not been?
Not all of them, he said.
Not all
Not
of them.
all. I mean,
yeah.
Which ones do you use? If you use Microsoft Office, pretty much all of those. If you use Windows, the notepad in Windows has AI. I mean, Paint, the Paint program, MS Paint in Windows, it's got AI now. I mean, I don't really know what, maybe all was too far, but I think all was pretty fair given the fact that it's pretty much all.
Wagyu says it's Pandora's box. It's already open. You can't put the genie back in the bottle. Got to roll with it. Use it for good. And I think Wagyu's on it right there. That's the only thing we can do.
Has Wagyu been to Metaphors or Us?
But he's right. I think that's all we can do with it. There's nothing.
Yeah. And that's the problem with the industry right now, is that so many jobs are being taken with AI, like that voiceover work, and they grab you by offering you so much money. And it was between $6,000 and $10,000 would have been the job, depending on if it needed to go further than that or not. Mm-hmm. But that's how they grab people, right? They grab them at the most weakest of moments at the time of the life. Mm-hmm. Somebody is going to jump on that because they need the money desperately.
But is that an algorithm too, where it's studying your bank account? It studies what you're purchasing.
Well,
it studies your output on currency, your input on currency.
I'm sure.
And directs Nielsen, the ratings people.
Oh, those are What about them?
They do that with everything.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not just TV ratings or I mean, it's everything. They are basically trying to create profiles and base cross demographics so that they can target with advertisement. That's what Nielsen's for.
Oh yeah, and I'm sure now they're not using
groceries too.
Yeah.
Sorry.
I'm sure the Nielsen company isn't using humans anymore for that. Because I remember back in the day when I was a child, we would get mailers in saying, "Hey, would you like to be in this Nielsen experiment and give us your ratings on the show that you watch?" I doubt that they're doing that anymore. I doubt that they're paying people for that anymore.
Yeah.
You think they're still paying people and not using AI?
They were paying. Well, I don't know. They were paying me. I don't know. A couple years ago. Let's say 4 years ago. 5 years.
Yeah. I'm saying right now at this moment,
Maybe.
I doubt that they're
Maybe.
using humans. I think they're just using AI to look at the algorithm of like, okay, how many people are watching this and who's watching this, and
Yeah. Wagyu says, I think Jim Glue does that for his day job. Damn, are you serious, Wagyu?
they still pay
Hey, Apollo.
the
But that would say that there's an algorithm right now watching Kent doing pubness,
absolutely
doing whatever he
Yeah.
does, and then it goes, okay, now let me see what Kent's income is. Let me see what his expenditures are, and let me see what he looks up most on Google. Let's see where he lives. Let's dig into a little bit of the medical history. Has he lost someone significant in his life? And then, bam, present the most perfect ad for him.
That's how it works.
To almost say you can't refuse this.
It's already being done that way.
Yeah, it's already done. There's a game I play on the. It makes me laugh. I keep phoning up Ty and telling him to fuck off. And he's going, "What?" I said, "There's this little game I play. It's quite relaxing. It helps me go to sleep. And when you want to use one of the boosters upgrade thingies, you've got to watch at least a 30-second ad, right?
Yeah.
And nearly every time, it's Ty talking about this plugin.
How hilarious.
What?
Right. Yeah, so it's Ty talking about this plugin. He's like, "Oh, this is really brilliant," and all the rest of it. And then the next guy is David Arnold. I go, fucking Dave as well. And then the third guy, I forget his name, but I know I've done work for him at some point. I keep saying to Ty, phone him up, and I said, "Will you get the fuck off my game I'm trying to play?" He goes, "What are you talking about?" I said, "Folds." And he went, "Oh yeah, what about it?" I said, "Well, that's the advert I get, and it's based on obviously my viewing history,
Your cookies.
or whatever."
Damn.
Now, why would the game know this unless AI was involved?
Right.
Going, right, he goes here, he goes here, he goes here.
It's all
he
about
knows
that
person,
fingerprint.
blah, 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 and
Yeah.
It's all about the fingerprint that you leave.
exactly. So when I get adverts, it's for plugins, for musical related stuff and things like that.
Mm-hmm.
And because I give to charities and stuff like that, there'll be a couple from UNICEF and stuff like that. And,
It'll definitely
yeah.
do that.
And it's because it goes right into the weeds and has a profile of me, and then selects the best adverts to show.
Oh, absolutely.
In these for these power upgrades in a game.
Real quick, because I totally forgot today. Happy Father's Day.
Oh, you just now caught that, did you?
Completely, which means I have to text my own father. Apollo says, "Hey boys, happy Father's Day."
Yeah. I was trying to throw hints, Apollo, all morning, but I guess, us fathers aren't too important.
Throw hints. You did not.
I did. I even pulled a little attitude to see if you would catch on, to see if you would even ask, what's wrong with you? Because, 99.9% of my life you're asking, what's wrong with you? And the one time I want you to do it, you don't fucking do it.
But you don't care about celebrating.
I
holidays.
don't.
Okay.
But I was
I
trying to get something good out of it.
Jesus.
Go
dude.
ahead. What?
I missed out on Father's Day at all. I haven't had to buy a Father's Day card since I was 12.
Oh.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I don't think I'm a dad.
Yeah, but you still
don't
think.
think.
You
No,
still
I don't
think. You still
No,
don't
honestly,
think.
there was this. It's a long story. It's a long story.
There was this one time.
Now I got to hear that fucking story.
No,
Jesus.
you really didn't want to hear that story.
We didn't want to hear the story when you finally figured out your worked. But we heard it, didn't we?
Well, he asked.
Huh?
See, that Groove Chemist has 7 kids.
Groove
7
Chemist has
kids.
7. Happy Father's Day, sir.
Holy shit, you've been busy,
Oh,
huh?
bloody hell, that's enough for a new car, isn't it?
Costco sells boxes of condoms. Just saying.
Wait,
Don't
hang
spit
on.
out your water,
Hang
Royd.
on.
Why do you know that, Marilyn?
I've seen it. I've gone to Costco.
Okay. Can we verify what Steve Elbows is saying?
Which part? Which
I
one?
don't know. What's he saying?
Some nuclear power stations are well old too. Some of them control rooms predate the microcomputer revolution.
Oh, yeah, I'm sure.
Definitely.
How are these
Fuck
things?
yeah.
Then how are these things still running if they haven't been updated?
With good elbow grease.
They just worked. They didn't have computers necessarily.
Yeah.
Running.
Maintenance.
Yeah.
It's all about maintenance.
Quality parts.
I'm
Yeah.
sure that they've added sensors and things to
Upgraded here and there.
basically
Yeah.
back up, what their old analog equipment was doing. But
It's
But
like a
even
really
But even then, they weren't 100% safe anyway. So
it's like a really good like 1970s station wagon can probably outlast a really hard crash over your truck.
Oh yeah.
oh yeah.
It's the same
metal,
idea.
Yeah. Metal versus
Plastic.
yeah.
actually, I just watched a test crash. They compared a modern vehicle to an old big vehicle, and actually the modern vehicle fared better. It was a lot smaller too, because of the way they design them. That crunch that they fold up.
Yeah,
Sure.
the crumple zones.
But the crumbling is absorbing that impact, along the way.
Yeah.
So it actually is better than hitting a frame rail, which is more like a brick wall hitting another brick wall.
Another brick wall.
Right. And that's what you want. I mean, that's why I kind of agree
The
with
collapsible.
the way the cars are being made. I kind of get it. I'm
More
not.
people survive now than I mean, as far as serious accidents, more people survive now than before. So
Which is probably just as well because there's more accidents now.
Because there's much more stupider people driving.
God, yeah. I mean, all we've got to do is go on YouTube. There's no shortage of bloody material, is there?
Oh yeah.
People looking at their phones driving down the freeway.
In 5
Shit
years,
on that.
I can tell you what's going to happen though. AI, the effect that AI is going to have is going to be. Population has definitely been getting dumber. There's not a question about it. And I can tell you that I'm being told by my kid and some other people. Actually, I got a friend in India who's a lot younger, about 25, 27, and he was just telling me that all the kids he's going to school with, they all just use AI for everything. They don't look anything up. They don't learn. They don't do anything. They just look it up on AI and then that's it. They just rearrange the words and then turn it in.
And that's scary because how many people in medical school are doing that now?
Oh yeah, that's for sure.
That's scary.
Okay.
Because you are going to be a doctor in the future.
I want you
relying on AI.
That's like not even the fucking big picture. I want you guys to watch. I just sent her this. It's 6 minutes, so we'll just have to interrupt every 2 minutes as if we're reviewing this video. It's 6 minutes long, and it's really going to paint the picture for us without having to look at a 1 hour documentary. So let me get her some time to
hang on. I gotta
get that over here. But there was one study I watched. Let me know if you heard this one too, Roy. Was they tested a doctor with 100 patients.
What the heck?
Then they tested the doctor with AI as an assistant with 100 patients. Then they tested just AI without the doctor with 100 patients. Which one came out on top with flying colors in preventative health?
Which doctor?
Which
How long
doctor?
did
Which doctor?
How long did they take?
I don't.
Doctors take about 5-10 minutes, and If you talk or need anything beyond that, they're already irritated.
Yeah. Each doctor, just a fact in the U.S., are responsible from anywhere to 300 to 500 patients. But do you know which one came out on top?
Probably the combination you would want to assume.
You would hope.
You would hope.
Yeah.
The AI doctor came out on top and blew the human doctor out of the fucking water. He missed so many things, forgot so many things, mixed up blood results with different people.
Oh shit.
Like, and it kept going. It just, the snowball effect of what the mistakes, it caught more mistakes than the doctor made more mistakes than he did good for any patient.
Well, and that's the scary thing, is that a doctor can graduate and be a doctor with a passing score of just 1 point. Like, you just had to get to this point and you'll be a doctor.
Right.
That's scary.
Right. And it takes 30 years to be like this great doctor. AI crushed a 30-year doctor within minutes.
Capitalism has kind of ruined medical care, hasn't it?
Capitalism is done wrong. That's why it's shit. If it was done right, it'd be way better.
But yeah, I mean, they get out of school. Let's say they did pass and they became doctors. Nothing forces these people to go and learn more. I mean,
Continuous.
continuing education
Right.
requirements.
Yes.
That's not
Yes.
serious. That's not.
I mean,
like
there's
doing
some
research
states that
in-
do. There is some states that do require their doctors to continue.
It's continuing education, but it's
yeah.
not. Again, this is not like. Imagine when you have an illness that you can't figure out and your doctors can't figure out. Okay, and then what are you gonna do? You're gonna dedicate all your time to trying to figure out what the hell's wrong with you, right?
Mhm.
You're gonna do the research. Chances are, you probably can figure it out.
Right. Why? But
Why though? Because of the motivation. Because you have the motivation to do so. Whereas a doctor gets paid whether they fix you or not.
right. Wagyu says, but you can have both. AI should be team of experts to help doctors from their diagnosis. A doctor is the only one qualified to be able to detect and reject the AI hallucinations. I agree with it. Yet we have to be symbiotic.
I mean, AI can't do anything right now. I mean, it does a lot of things that automate
Right.
human basic.
But you see how people are putting their trust in it, Roy. You see how people are making it something that it's not.
So I could stump AI with a simple I mean, this is part of what I do for a living. So I've been going back to the well and looking at what the state of the art is over time for years now. And just a few months ago, we were able to stump AI by asking who was the project manager for the Apollo mission. And it came back and told us Von Braun. And that was not true.
Yeah.
I don't remember who it is right now, but the fact is, we told it that's not true. So it came back and it said, "Oh, I'm sorry, you're right." And then it gave us another answer, and that again wasn't true.
Right. Because we're lying to it constantly or feeding it false information. But people are going to ignore that, is what I'm saying. And they're going to look at this as the new God. I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm just saying, like, people want to put their belief in something. And once they're set on belief, the power of belief takes over and it allows them to ignore everything, even the most obvious things.
Because the effort that it takes to like find things out on your own is already too much for most people as it stands.
Right.
And if you give them a tool that allows them to just surrender all of their own critical thinking to this machine, then they're gonna do it, because that's what makes people so stupid.
Right.
That is because they lack the effort to improve.
Okay, let's watch this.
Stargate is a massive new AI infrastructure project that brings together President Donald Trump, SoftBank CEO Masayoshi Son, Oracle's Larry Ellison, and OpenAI's Sam Altman. They're committing $500 billion over 4 years to build data centers, supercomputers, and the core tech needed to push AI to its next frontier. Here's how it all unfolds and why it could reshape the industry. So, yesterday, January 21st, 2025, President Trump held a press briefing at the White House joined by Sun, Ellison, and Altman to announce a massive private sector investment aimed at building the largest AI infrastructure project in history by far. Called Stargate, it kicks off with an initial $100 billion with plans to grow to $500 billion over the next 4 years. The clear message: America is doubling down on AI to stay ahead in the global race, particularly against competitors like China. Now, why do we need so much infrastructure for AI? Well, these advanced models like ChatGPT or any giant language model require insane amounts of computing power. That means data centers, specialized chips, huge water resources for cooling, and tons of electricity. Sam Altman has been pushing for expanded AI infrastructure for a while, claiming the US risks losing its edge if it doesn't ramp up capacity. By bringing Oracle, SoftBank, and others on board, Stargate aims to build new facilities across the country, starting in Texas. Ellison says they already have about 10 data centers under construction there, including a massive 1 million square foot facility. The job numbers are big too. Trump says it'll create 100,000 jobs right away, with more added later. People are drawing comparisons to older announcements, like the 2017 Foxconn deal that promised a $10 billion Wisconsin complex, but ended up shrinking drastically. So,
okay. The first thing that scares me is, one, you got to get people to believe
that
in,
white robot talking.
and
yeah,
buy,
me too.
No, I was more worried about the orange guy who can't even spell AI.
Okay, okay. That's not even my concern. My concern is the three other gentlemen that we don't know the backgrounds on.
We do.
Okay. Who are they? How did they get their money, and what have they had their hands into?
None of the people that were pictured there are good people. So that
See?
tells you right off the bat.
That's what I'm talking about.
That's what I'm saying.
That's what I'm talking about.
That doesn't leave a fuzzy, warm feeling.
When $500 billion comes from three individuals who can't predict the future. One who which failed miserably in crypto industries and lost his ass, the guy in the middle. And here he is back again.
Well, Sam Altman actually presided over ChatGPT, the OpenAI, when they were open source. We were talking about open source earlier, and ChatGPT or OpenAI was open source foundationally, but then over time, not too long, Sam Altman gained control of OpenAI and then took it private,
right,
and closed the source, and then now Microsoft had invested in them. So basically, Microsoft is the biggest corporation, I think, that uses that technology. But we can't see how that technology is being built anymore, and we can't influence its direction.
Okay, let's roll it.
there's some skepticism. Still, Foxconn left behind a major data hub that Microsoft uses, so maybe not a total bust. This time around, the players Oracle, SoftBank, and OpenAI come from the AI and enterprise data world directly, so a lot of insiders think Stargate really will become the next big thing. But why is President Trump so interested in this? One huge factor is competition with China. The administration wants to ensure America doesn't fall behind in crucial AI tech, which influences everything from healthcare and finance to military capabilities. In fact, Sam Altman mentioned that advanced AI might soon help cure diseases at an unprecedented rate. Altman also thinks it's essential for the US to produce advanced chips on its own soil instead of depending on foreign factories. There's also been buzz in tech circles about a story from just a few days ago regarding H-1B visa policy changes, which could be another piece of the puzzle. While details are still emerging, sources suggest the administration may be looking to streamline H-1B approvals, especially for specialized AI and data center roles. Some speculate that this might be a push to bring in more Indian workers, a group historically dominant in the...
Look up H-1B.
H-1B is used to bring in temporary workers that are specialized in their field.
So we're looking to do what? Bring in
We're bringing in
different scientists from all over the world, like we did Germany.
While we're going up and rounding, we're going around rounding up immigrants and throwing them
Right.
out.
So cornering the market for some, but harassing the others who don't have a goddamn coin behind their fucking name.
Well,
brilliant.
Those companies mentioned before all line the pockets of the politicians, including the one who that they were featuring.
Okay. All right. Go ahead and play it.
H-1B visa category, thereby staffing up these massive AI projects quickly. Observers note that SoftBank has previously invested heavily in Indian tech startups, while Oracle and other enterprise giants have large operations in India. It's not far-fetched to think this renewed H-1B focus could be linked to Stargate's need for a massive, specialized workforce. Critics argue it could be a way for companies to tap cheaper foreign labor, but supporters see it as a practical move to fill urgent talent gaps and ensure the US remains the epicenter of AI development. This remains a hot butter issue that could evolve as Stargate ramps up. Now, the official structure of Stargate looks like this. SoftBank and OpenAI take the lead, with SoftBank holding the main financial responsibility and OpenAI directing operational decisions. Masayoshi Son is Stargate's chairman, while Oracle, NVIDIA, ARM, Microsoft, and MGX are also big partners. Oracle will build and operate much of the underlying system, tapping into its massive experience as a data center provider. NVIDIA, of course, brings the GPU muscle that large AI models need. Microsoft is still in the picture, but there's a new twist. Microsoft used to be the exclusive provider of new AI capacity for OpenAI, but that exclusivity has been loosened so OpenAI can work with Oracle and others for this massive build.
I don't know. That guy looks shady as fuck.
They all fucking this whole thing sounds shady. This whole thing sounds super sketchy.
So the reason why they want to bring in the foreign workers is because they are cheaper labor.
Oh yeah, fuck yeah.
That's the only answer. And
Yes.
the other thing is they have a shortage of workers here that are skilled because they've pushed to, I guess you could say, derail our technical education here because we were getting too high on the hog. So basically, this is a global market. The world is the market. So they don't, they being global corporations, do not care where their labor comes from. But they have to have labor that is educated in that field. So if you educate a poor society, then you can use those workers and they cost you less. Mm-hmm. If you take the wealthier society and you stop educating the lower class of those people, or the middle class even of those people in those skills, then now you're balancing your portfolio, right? It's dollar cost averaging in a way, because now you've got somebody to clean your toilets at a fair rate, you know, the American who...
A fair rate, a fractional of a fair...
Yeah, right?
Yeah.
And then you've imported the Indian worker to do the more skilled labor, right? So they took us down a peg. So then eventually our labor becomes less expensive, right? As the Indian market labor starts to get more and more expensive, you know, as their society develops and they have more wants and needs, they're going to ask for more money. That's what workers do. So over time, their labor gets more expensive, but by then they've crashed our market. They've reduced our skill base. They've reduced American workers to a lower wage. So now you can go and reinvest in the American workers, bring their skills up, and then make out because they're cheaper labor. So now the scale goes back the other way. And this is how the global market works.
The fluctuation of life.
Mm-hmm.
Microsoft still has a right of first refusal, meaning if OpenAI needs more capacity, Microsoft can step in first. But OpenAI is free to expand if Microsoft doesn't want to or can't handle it all. On top of that, the White House is rolling back an executive order from former President Joe Biden that was meant to regulate AI risks. The idea is to loosen some constraints so the Stargate project doesn't get bogged down. This is a point of controversy. Some say we need more oversight, not less. But the administration's argument is that to beat China, we need to move fast, then figure out regulation afterward. Larry Ellison made a statement during the press briefing that AI holds incredible promise for all of us. Sam Altman called this the most important project of this era. They both emphasized national security as well as technological leadership. Trump jumped in to say the best minds and biggest investors need to keep this in the US. He also repeated his belief that this deal will bring hundreds of thousands of new jobs, not just in tech, but also in areas like construction, utility management, and even transportation. Now, let's pivot briefly to a related story. Rice University in Houston is looking to approve a new AI major for undergraduates by fall 20-5. The faculty will vote on it February 5th, and the Department of Computer Science wants to carve out a distinct Bachelor of Science in AI. Why? Enrollment in AI courses is skyrocketing. For instance, there's a graduate level deep learning class, Comp 666, that has 35 undergraduates out of 140 total students. Rice would join other universities like Carnegie Mellon, UPenn, and MIT that have recognized AI as a discipline in its own right. This lines up perfectly with the big push to train more AI talent for projects like Stargate. Now, if we circle back to the broader implications, the entire point of Stargate seems to be twofold. First,
How many of those motherfuckers went to white parties? With all that money and so many people working for them.
And then the jobs to me seem a little bit sketch. So construction, well, that can't go on for long. Once it's built, then what? Then transportation. Okay, maybe they have an in-house transportation where they can pick up employees and bring them back and forth. You need people to drive them to do that before what? Tesla comes in and that can be geared towards AI driving them. So what are we looking at as far as jobs? Maintenance, people looking over the servers, cutting the grass around the fucking building? What is the
local jobs? Yeah, you're probably about spot on. I mean,
what does the jobs look like? 100 jobs for 9 acres of hardware. I mean,
they're dark. There's no one. I mean, there's very few people that actually work in those data centers.
That sounds like no one's going to be there to me.
No one's going to be there. They're dark. Literally, there's no lights on.
It's going to be AI.
I mean, there's people that have to attend to things, but like 2 people for a whole building, probably.
I mean, because what are they really going to do? Unless there's a fire or something, maybe? I don't know. But I'm sure there's going to be stuff in place for that. Literally, all I could think of is landscaping.
They don't need landscaping because no one goes to the building.
And it's in Texas, so you might as well have a zero landscaping type idea set up. Just nice rocks and cactus. That just doesn't sound right. Go ahead.
Pace China's efforts in AI by building epic scale data facilities here in the US, and second, create a strategic cushion to protect national security. The thinking is that if you control the data centers, you control the future of AI. In a white paper, OpenAI pointed out that around $175 billion is apparently sitting around in various global funds, ready to be invested in AI initiatives. If the US doesn't reel in that money, it might go to China-backed projects, potentially boosting the Chinese Communist Party's technological reach. That's why the White House is so gung-ho about clearing any red tape. Historically, new presidents have made splashy announcements about major companies investing in American industry. Some have fizzled, but some end up partially successful. This time, the sheer scale of the data center push suggests it might be different. Oracle is a big name in enterprise tech. SoftBank has poured billions into everything from tech startups to robotics, and OpenAI is arguably the leading AI research lab right now with models like ChatGPT that have captured the world's attention. One last note, while Microsoft isn't the only cloud provider for OpenAI now, it's still deeply entwined. They made a big statement saying that the core aspects of their partnership are unchanged. Microsoft retains an exclusive license to the OpenAI API on Azure and can keep integrating AI features into products like Microsoft Copilot. At the same time, Microsoft gets first crack at providing extra capacity, so it's not like they're being cut out of the deal, they just aren't the sole provider going forward. The bottom line is that Microsoft is still heavily involved, but with the kind of money Stargate is throwing around, they can't realistically handle it all themselves. If you're watching this and thinking, all right, but how quickly will we see results? We don't have an exact timeline, but they've already started building out in Texas, so it's not just talk. Construction is underway. Altman, Sun, and Ellison all say we'll start seeing job creation almost immediately.
Temporarily.
Temporarily.
Yeah. Till it's built.
Till it's built.
Maybe a couple of security guards, I suppose.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
Yeah.
the jobs will go through the roof in China and Taiwan because they're going to have to make all the hardware to run these things.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but isn't that the whole point of building this? So we don't have to rely on Taiwan and shit anymore.
No, none of this is
Well,
manufactured.
they're not building electronics factories in the US, are they?
But that's what they literally just said at the beginning of this damn thing was
At the beginning, they were talking about the Foxconn deal, which just basically ripped off all the taxpayers who invested in having this factory come to their town, and the factory never showed up.
to make the chips, correct?
That's it.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. All right, here we go.
So America is literally paying China to build the Stargate program
Pretty much.
Literally.
And in India.
that they're in competition with.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay. That's politics for you guys.
That is.
All right, here we go. Oh, go ahead.
I was just going to say, it's down to the individual, right? The government is made of the people by the people here, and the people want to get paid, so they're taking their retirement right from these manufacturers, right from these companies who decided it was better for their business to have the manufacturing done in China and Taiwan. So all they have to do is lobby. That's the company's money.
Right. Goddamn lobbyists. Tone Smith says, even if they do build what we need to make the hardware, it takes decades anyway. Okay, Tone Smith.
Yeah, that's right.
Are we to think the U.S. are complete morons?
Yes.
Hold on, because I'm with you, but hang on. That they don't see what's going on. They don't see what's going on around the world. They don't understand what it means to have things built in Taiwan. They don't understand that China is a threat. I mean, do we think the U.S. is that foolish?
Corporations don't care about borders. Corporations don't care about what the U.S. has or what China has. They don't care. They have interest in U.S. and in China.
So you're saying there's no one really controlling the U.S. It's all corporate oligarchs.
And when you put somebody in charge of the U.S. who only cares about himself, then you're screwed.
Well, I mean, everyone on that presidential podium is a puppet. Someone's telling him what to. You can only do so much as a president.
Each person is a conglomeration of the interests that put them on that stage.
It's just a fan favorite. They have no real power. Let's be honest.
I think the person who truly is running everything is whoever is the president to the World
Like
Bank
I'm saying,
Association.
we'll never see those faces.
That's it. That's who's running everything.
We'll never see these individuals. They found a fan favorite, hint, the popular vote, and that's it. Hey, look.
Popular vote is a ridiculous notion.
Okay, but it works.
Vote is who had the most money.
But but Roy, I'm not arguing with you, but it works. It works because there are people out there whose knowledge stop with just that. Whoever's in that White House has the power, and they don't care to think beyond that. The powers that be dressed this man as a popular vote. It worked, and it continues to work.
Well, see, an even bigger problem in this country has been that other countries have been throwing their money into our elections, which means their money, their influence, they have very deep pockets to control our pocket.
And that's and that's what I was saying. The person who runs the world is currently the president of the World Bank
and
Group.
they employed Mr. Donald Trump.
They
want
individual
him to be there,
turning and switching on, and,
because Donald Trump offers something, whether we believe it or not. Trump offers something beautiful for the powers that be.
He's a puppet, just like every other president.
He is deployed decoy to keep us bickering and fighting. He is the ultimate illusion to keep your eyes on him and keep your eyes off me.
Yeah.
Because the Supreme Court changed the law basically to allow bribery.
Right? But I mean,
pretty much.
It's been going on anyway, so of course.
Well, they were like, well, shit, we might as well get in on it too. Then,
we might as well get in on it.
If they're making money, why can't we?
It's full of scumbags.
Yeah.
It's full of scumbags. Maryland is proof to this. There's loopholes in our tax system in the U.S. If you are smart enough in your wording, you can get around paying certain taxes. Period.
I'm going to ask Wesley Snipes about that.
She sees it. Hold on. She sees it all the time. And you can't get these people arrested because...
Don't ask him. Ask his accountant.
Because it's a loophole. They make loopholes for a reason. It is... You know what? You know who really created the loopholes was the rich so they can get out of shit.
So what I think is so hilarious that everybody criticizes Trump with his money, and they're like... How does he know about running money if he's constantly filed bankruptcy? That's why he has a lot of money. Because he knows the loopholes.
The loopholes. You know how many people know the fucking loopholes?
And he is a mastermind at manipulating the loopholes to his interests.
They literally make you untouchable. Untouchable if you can work your way around.
No, he knows
the loopholes.
The people that know the loopholes.
That's it. But
exactly.
I still believe that Donald Trump is about as intelligent as a fucking dog turd in a plastic bucket.
There's some
He's a snake oil salesman, a liar, a rapist, and an all-round cunt, basically.
He ain't far from what is. I
still can't believe that the American people went for this, that they fell for this.
See, I don't think it's what you think it is, Ken. I don't think the people went for it. The powers that be hired this man. There is no more voting and going for it, Kent. That's gone.
Who's the president?
It's all oligarchs now. It's all about who has the money and what they want you to see. I've seen zeitgeist way too many times to believe in this fucking government system.
There was a little wry smile come across my face when they were talking about the Stargate program, and they were talking about, loosening up restrictions, of course, unless where national security is involved. And they go, national security basically is like covers anything they want it to.
Right.
Which could be anything. So if they're up to some nefarious, nasty shit somewhere, that's national security. You can't know about that.
Yeah, Tone Smith hit it right. I mean, I agree with you guys 100%, but there is other entities at play here. We'll never be able to see their faces. We'll never even know where the money comes from.
No.
Truly. All I know is that the U.S. will always be the same. There's always somebody putting a distraction in front of you, and there's always always a wizard behind the curtain.
They put in a feeble man who didn't know how to get into his car because he didn't have keys, and he was looking at a fucking convertible. And now they put in this clown. It's always going to be.
And he says some things that agree with your ideas on life, and he may make some things come true with the illusion of I gave you what you want, but not 100% of what you want. But that's what
what they want, buddy.
Right. But that's what all presidents do. They've been hired by a entity to make it seem like what you voted for. Now, I'm going to use that word vote real cautiously.
Real loosely.
What you voted for is right. But I keep telling my mother this, and she's a hardcore liberal. If you're constantly voting for something and nothing ever changes, then what are you voting for?
Yeah, that's a good question.
Exactly.
Things change all the time.
Why are we still voting?
But you have to think which way are the tables actually tilting as they are changing.
Exactly.
And the fact is that we're being funneled, right? All of the money is being funneled in a certain direction, and it's not towards us.
No, and we're all being bamboozled. That's why I'm like, can we truly ever break the spell of? And I told my brother this. I said, hey, when you look at mainstream media, okay, how much of mainstream media do you believe? And he goes, maybe 1%. And that's pushing it. I go, okay, with that being said, why would you take their word for any fucking thing?
Well, let me just say, okay, so
once deception takes hold, once you've been figured out, and I'm talking about all mainstream media because they're all pieces of shit.
Well,
there is no more real journalism unless someone's not being paid to tell the fucking story.
Well, here's my argument for that. You got a lot of amateur journalists, and maybe they don't have the same resources or the same skills or the same level of professionalism even as a professional real journalist, and they won't get the same access and they won't get the same answers, and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So you are not actually, you're getting hand-me-down information sometimes from some of these rogue, I don't know. I mean, you can refer to them any which way. Now, some people are very resourceful. They have a lot of contacts. They are getting, reasonably good information, et cetera. But for people to be able to discern, those people are not making it easy for their audience to determine who they are.
Exactly, Roy. So if you've been caught lying to the people once, twice, and then somebody on their couch goes, you know what? I'm going to start fact checking some things. And then they start finding out from their favorite news source that was all wrong and they didn't even let the story develop properly. How many more times?
But favorite news source is the question. That's
exactly.
The question. Is it your favorite news source because it's telling you the shit you want to hear?
Exactly. That's what I'm talking about. CNN caters to certain people. Fox caters to certain people.
Yep.
CNBC.
Yeah.
WNBS.
On and on. They have a market they're aiming at.
They cater to who's going to sit there and listen to every word. Every single word. And this is what they hope for. You don't do your homework.
Mm-hmm. All right, let's finish this video.
Go ahead.
We'll see how everything shakes out over time, but it's a major moment for AI in America. The hope is that it'll lead to breakthroughs in healthcare, maybe those disease cures Altman hinted at, finance, self-driving cars, robotics, and basically any industry that harnesses large-scale AI. In short, if you're into AI, data centers, or major tech developments, this is the story to watch. The scale is colossal, the money's huge, And some of the biggest names in tech and politics are behind it. Plus, with Rice and other universities stepping up AI education, it feels like the US is setting the stage for a massive AI-driven transformation. That's the big picture on Stargate, a $500 billion bet on America's AI future. Let me know what you think in the comments. Is it too ambitious or exactly what we need right now? And how do you feel about the regulatory side being loosened? I'd love to hear your thoughts. Thanks for tuning in. Be sure to...
He called it a fucking gamble. That's scary. You know what fucking freaked me out is I told my client, I said, hey, don't you educate yourself about horses? She goes, I don't have time. That's why I pay you. And so when I sat there and I truly thought about that, you don't have time, so I pay you. So I could tell you
Anything.
Mm-hmm. And you're still going to pay me because you don't have time. And I was like, I put it into a larger group, right? A larger contextual form. And I was like, holy shit. I think we're all the same fucking way.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, I see
it's
where
a game of a gamble and trust here.
I see where they're coming from is, you know, I'm not going to learn about plumbing because I'm going to hire a plumber. I'm not going to learn about mechanics because I'm going to hire a mechanic.
This is where we differ. I did the plumbing in this place, did the decorating. I learned how to do it.
Mm-hmm.
Not pay somebody to do it.
But that's rare.
Yeah, but
Ken.
you wouldn't do everything instead of paying somebody. You wouldn't diagnose yourself and write up a prescription because...
No, funny enough, I'd get Siri to do it, and she's been right every time.
She diagnosed herself with a
do you know
chat.
what?
Yeah.
She constantly wants to keep licking this ear. It's the one with the tinnitus. She keeps wanting to lick the little toe on my left foot.
No, she's telling you something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She knows where the things are that are wrong.
But to fix those things...
This is why she licks my face as well.
To fix those things, you have to go and pay somebody for it.
Right.
So
And
I can
trust.
see why that client said that. They don't have time. Yeah, they probably don't have time because they probably lead very busy schedules.
Well,
and
I
that's
can't get
why,
to a doctor's. I have to do it myself.
Right.
Right.
But for the majority of us who can't,
Yeah, the majority, yeah.
that don't have a phobia,
Yeah.
this is why we pay other people to do it, and we hope that we choose the correct person who really do love what they're doing as a job or a
Well, that in itself
career.
is a gamble as well, isn't it?
Yeah.
Let me get some of these chats out of the way before I lose them. Tone Smith says, of course it's a gamble. Steve Elbow says, it's an investment, so investments are a gamble, which is true. Who else? Groove says, no time, then she shouldn't have horses. I mean...
I disagree with that.
I agree and I disagree because once I sat and thought about it, Groove, I was like, well, maybe we all can't learn everything.
Yeah.
And
That's
it's going to
what I'm
have to
saying.
come down to a trust. But we have to trust that these people are doing what's right for us.
I don't have time to learn about electricity, so I'm not going to double check the work that my electrician does.
Right.
I'm hoping I made the right choice in picking the correct one.
Sometimes you don't have a choice anyway. For instance, like I can restore cars, I can repair cars, I can drop gearboxes. It's not a problem. I can do it with my bloody eyes closed. However, once a year, my Chrysler has to go and have its MOT, where it's checked by somebody, and I have to pay this person to check this, to write on an official bit of paper that my car is safe to use on the road. Regardless of the fact that I already know it is.
Right.
Right.
Because I keep it maintained. But I still have to pay this guy once a year.
That's
to do
because
it.
of the people who wouldn't maintain their car. And
Yeah,
Right.
exactly so.
Right.
But instead of having the option of going, no, I have checked it and it's fine, thank you very much. I have to have it done. I have to pay. I have to pay an MOT test centre to test it.
Okay, hang on, because we have other
I
voices.
agree with you, Ken, on principle, but in practice, everybody would just say, yeah, I know my car's good.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
but
yeah.
Right.
They're constantly stopping cars, regardless of this being in place. They're constantly stopping cars and they're checking this, that, and the other. And you have to present your MOT certificate along with your insurance and blah, 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 and all the rest of it. And that's when they go, oh, you know, your MOT is out of date or whatever. And it's off to court you go.
Yeah. I mean, here in the States, they had to change the process of how they were doing the smog check because so many different local mom and pop places were forging the smogs.
Right. Just to stay in business, though, too, at the same time. Yeah. Rabbit says the same theory is used in the grocery store. I don't use self-checkout. I don't have time. Which, when I go to the grocery store, I don't use self-checkout because I want to talk to a human being and have that interaction. So, I mean, most people are going to differ from that. Some don't want to be bothered and they use that.
I mean,
self-checkout.
Am I paying the same price either way?
Right.
Then I'm going to go ahead and let the person have a job.
Yeah,
right.
That's
why I go. I want to make the self-checkout obsolete. Like you guys invested the wrong thing here. Who else did I miss? I never hired a tradesman. That's what Groove said. So Groove must do a lot of his own. He's like Kent. Steve Elbows, division of labor and specialization make the current system, which is what Roy was on about earlier.
Yeah, pretty much.
Crazy Rabbit. Did I miss anybody, Meryl? Learn about. Wait, hang on. This thing is skipping.
Yeah, Uncle Chrome asked, was the person at least knowledgeable in feeding and cleaning the horses? Yeah.
Yeah.
Which they should.
Yeah.
That's their job. That is the job of the owner. Yes. If you have horses, then you need to be knowledgeable on your feeding, care, cleaning, and
take directions.
And there are certain things that the owner is not going to be able to do, like float a tooth. Yeah, they're going to get the vet.
Yeah. I'll pay. Rabbit says, I'll pay the electrician all the time. I like to live. I mean, yeah, and it comes with trust, but you know, how many of us are actually going to want to sit there and learn how to be an electrician just for shits and giggles?
Since Samurai says, and anything I can pay someone else to do, I pay. Right. I call it buying time.
Exactly.
Yep.
Right.
The most precious commodity.
That's what I was saying earlier.
Yeah.
And what you're doing with the time.
Well, you're buying their time.
You're paying them for their knowledge.
And that's their time that you're buying.
Okay, but here's the thing too. And I don't know if Sin Samurai catches it a lot, but most of the time I sit and I lurk on his channel. And often I hear people on his channel complain about, the ads.
Oh, on ours too.
Ours too sometimes. Yeah. But what people don't realize is the ads are helping us. And if you could be patient to watch a little bit of them.
A 30-second ad. And most of the time before it ends, you can skip it.
They're helping us. Now,
or pay premium.
Or pay premium. Exactly.
Or pay premium.
Yeah.
It's the small things that I think are the largest in life. Right? So when that woman told me, I don't have time to learn, I'm just going to pay you to do this. On one hand, I felt like, great, she trusts me. I'm doing a great job. It's a worry off of her shoulders. On the other hand, I felt like, man, I could just say anything and convince you of anything.
But that's why you currently have a job.
Right.
Right? Because the person before you probably did whatever they wanted to do because she didn't know the proper way to do it, which again, in that individual's defense, she shouldn't have to.
Right.
And there's always going to be bad electricians, bad mechanics. I mean, we figured out we had a bad mechanic for fucking forever being here. And we had to go to somebody, and now they told us, what the up and up is.
Right.
And so for her, it's the same way. Like, okay, this other guy that I had wasn't doing a proper job. You've educated me so much more. And now I don't have to worry because I trust you. So no, I'm not going to continue learning because I know you're going to tell me.
Right. Yeah. I mean, but it's just a very scary thing because that's the times we're living in. If a person can paint themselves to be smarter than what they are, the Dunning-Kruger effect. and promise you just a little bit of happiness, and they deliver. It's not the whole cake. They deliver 2 pieces of happiness, enough for you to go, fuck, I believe in this. That's the society we're living in right now. But that's also the same reason why I hate politicians and politics, why I'm not going to say hate. Hate's a strong word. Why I dislike politics and religion. Because there's always a salesman, there's always an agenda, and there's always somebody there to make the water look muddy.
It's always about control.
It's always about control.
The 2 sides of the control coin.
Yep.
And now it's to the point where I'm more readily available to trust my community, to trust in Roy, Kent, Tone Smith,
Oh, fucking don't trust
Sin
Kent.
Samurai, Uncle Chrome,
That's what I love about Marilyn.
Steve
So
Elbows,
forthright.
the Crazy Rabbit, the Groove Chemist.
Trust me, I'll tell you how it is. Ask Kent.
It seems like these people are the most real people we'll ever encounter, barring you guys aren't bots.
I think that since Samurai guy is a bot, because at the end it says AI.
Yeah, he's a bot and a shield. He's the double whammy.
Damn.
He's a bot, a shield, and I don't know what else he is. He's everything and above. But yeah, what does that say when we have to look at each other and go, I trust you over my government?
He's the multiple choice question where it's A, B, C, or all
above.
of the above.
Yeah, all
He's
of the above. Yeah. But it's crazy when you can when you can have so much confidence in each other right here, right now, to know, okay, look, we don't know it all, but we can help each other figure it out.
Crazy Rabbit said he needs the samurai glasses. Those mirror ones,
Oh, yeah.
the
Those are-
multicolored
yeah.
mirror ones.
Yeah, he's still lost in WWF.
WWE.
Well, now it's WWE.
WWE, yeah.
Since Samurai refuses to grow up, that's why I love that dude so much.
Hey, he's always going to be young, right?
I don't never want to fucking grow up either.
No, I do
All
like
I
doing
wanna
things
be is the
myself.
twice arrested.
I mean, even let's ignore the money aspect of it.
Mm-hmm.
I like doing things myself because it's far more satisfying.
It is.
It's like, but the thing that is my Achilles heel, I suppose, is if somebody says, he goes, "Oh, you can't do that." That is the worst thing you can say to me.
Right.
I was like, I said I was going to parquet, do proper parquet floor, the front room, right? And they go,
Yeah.
"Oh no, you can't. You don't know. No, you don't know how to do parquet. You can't. It can't be done. You get somebody in to do that for you." I went, "Oh, okay then." So
Fuck off.
I did it myself, and here we are, 20 years on, and it's still going strong.
There's one thing that my wonderful husband has learned from me is if he needs me to either do something or figure something out in a very nice roundabout way, he will suggest that one, I don't know how to do it.
Yep. I use it to my advantage.
Or two, I can't
Right.
do it.
And what I say more is, you can't do that.
And that, like,
And she proves me wrong every time.
Yeah.
anybody who tells me you can't do that or you don't know how to do that usually are eating their words.
Right.
Yeah, I'm exactly the same.
Yeah.
And it's funny enough, it's the same but opposite with Fiona, because she'll go, "Oh, I don't know how to do that." I was, "Well, I'll show you," and then you can do it. And she ended up doing things. She goes, "Oh, I didn't know I could." She builds synthesizers. She was building synthesizers for Tom Carpenter, for Christ's sake, that he was selling, and she was building them on her own down in the workshop.
Yeah.
All I had to teach her which end of the soldering iron to hold. You got that end, and the other end is the ouchy, burny, my hand doesn't work anymore end. And show her which end was which,
And away she went.
and off she goes. And within a week,
Yeah.
she's building these huge bloody boards.
I always encourage this one whenever he's like, "Oh, I can build that." I'm like, "Yeah, I know you can." And I never tell him no on something, the only time I tell him no, don't build that, is if literally it would be cheaper just to buy one.
Right.
Yeah.
Agreed.
Like we're
Yeah.
not going to
Yeah.
spend triple because I know you can build it.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Just for you to build it. It's already
Yeah.
built,
But
and it's like the third of the cost.
But when she bought me my first ever tool belt,
oh, he went fucking crazy.
and we invested,
Crazy.
and we invested in
Finally,
literally,
his trousers were held up.
Jesus.
literally, Kent, we invested in a bunch of
Who
power
said there was
tools.
trousers involved?
I'm so adamant about doing it myself.
And you've built amazing things.
And sturdy and,
And
straight up
yeah.
things that will test
yeah.
quite a while. And so the next project I want to build is a standalone gazebo with a jacuzzi in the middle. Now, granted, I'll frame it out, and I won't close it off until I find an actual company to come and lay the jacuzzi and do all the plumbing, right? But after that's said and done, I'm going to do the foundation. I'm going to set my post. I'm going to have it up to code specs and set my anchors.
That walk path, many of you have seen the walk path from our studio to the house. He did that.
Yeah, and they wanted to charge me, the
Five
landscaper,
grand-
at the cheapest.
$5,000
They wanted to charge me $5,000 to add steps and to lay down
and level it
black
out
tarp
and
and
everything like
level
that.
it out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It cost us maybe $100.
Yeah,
Maybe
And
150
It was
because of the
all
stones.
it was all mainly labor.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was
And the profit margin, of course.
Yeah.
right.
Oh, yeah.
And it was painful. I ain't gonna lie. It was hard work.
Mm.
You know, but like you said, Kent, when it was done and her and I sat and looked at it and all its imperfections and perfections, I was like, I fucking did that.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And there was no sensation better than that.
Yeah. And if
Well-
you have to do minor repairs and stuff like that,
You know how to do it.
do it because you're the one that put the bloody thing together.
Right.
Yeah. So when there is projects where I'm like, me being the accountant, I'll calculate the costs and I'll be
Right.
like, fuck yeah, you're doing it. It's going to save us a ton of money,
And I want to put stone in the kitchen from all, there's this mortar and,
which we have to finish.
this
Yeah.
thin set mortar, and you can get these slate pieces.
First time ever laying the stone on a wall to boot.
Right.
And it came out
It
perfect.
came out perfect. Now I'm going to finish the entire kitchen, and that would have been a $7,000 job.
Easy.
Yeah.
The quotes we were getting,
know?
I was like, you're fucking ridiculous.
And I got out of that mindset of, it's scary. I don't want to fuck up. I don't want to do it. If you follow the Crazy Rabbit's channel as well as I do, and you follow his rants and you follow his comments, you start to find out who he's talking about and the things you should be letting go in life. And here's what I've learned. All those people who think they're musical fucking geniuses and they got it all figured out and this is what you should do and I'm reviewing this gear because I know my way around it because I'm the master of fucking synthesis. Those people are okay for their own world. But the real world are people who just want to have fun and get away from the fucking stress. And just pick up something and don't be afraid to pick it up and press the fucking power tool button. Press and turn knobs on your synth with no fucking expectation whatsoever and get lost in your own sauce.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's what's holding a lot of us back right now is
the
exactly
fear
that.
of failure.
The fear of failure.
Yeah. I mean, I remember when you were doing the kitchen and you said that you were afraid. And I'm like, what are you afraid of? So you mess up. And what?
Yeah.
You fix it.
Right.
Do it again. Yeah.
Well, who
again.
cares?
Whatever. Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Who's going to get mad at you?
But even when she told me that, I was still like, yeah, but that's a waste of money and this is hard and we should just hire somebody. And then I think she told me, I don't know if you remember this, but you were like, yeah, even they learned somewhere. Even they had their first job. And I was like, oh, fuck, you're just burying me in my own shit, aren't you?
I have a favorite saying. I say, everybody is ignorant in something.
Oh, yeah.
Everybody.
A lot of people in multiple things.
And multiple things, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, some people need instructions on breathing.
Yeah, right. I'm like Kent. Oh, I do pretty much everything myself. The only thing I don't do myself is the lawn. I pay somebody to do that because I have no interest in cutting lawn.
Roy's
Oh,
like,
I got an artificial lawn. I got round that.
Yeah.
Wow.
oh,
Well,
yeah,
no,
you should get
if you-
turf. That
Yeah,
fake
yeah.
stuff.
If you've got 5 dogs, don't have real grass. Please, trust me.
Wow.
Right.
What?
They'll
Don't-
just
just
tear
don't.
it up.
Clean up their shit off of.
They're
the-
constantly
that's the
shitting on
turf
it. Yeah.
But you have
You
to
see-
clean their shit off fake grass, Kent, doesn't it? Like
It's
just.
much easier, and then you can jet wash it. You can put down some
Yeah.
disinfectant.
Oh.
It
Yeah.
doesn't kill the grass,
There-
does
I
it?
didn't,
Yeah.
I didn't think
And
about
better
that.
still, and better still, I can hoover the lawn.
Oh, shit. Like a shop vac or something, too.
And there is a fake grass where or the turf, the fake turf stuff, that's made specifically for people who own dogs.
Really?
Yeah, like it's made with some sort of stuff that won't hoard like disease and shit in it. I forget who made it.
Don't hoover dog shit up off of.
No.
Oh, no,
I
don't hoover the dog
know.
shit up. But you can hoover like the dog hair. The dog hair that collects, especially with 2 huskies, it's ridiculous.
Mm.
You know? But like I say, you can put some bleach down, you can wash it. It's great.
Father's Day stuff. So I gotta go. But thanks.
Bye,
a lot
bud.
for having
Yeah, of
Yeah.
course.
Take care.
Yeah.
Happy
Thanks,
Father's Day
Thanks,
to you.
Roy.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Take care, man.
Yeah, we're gonna get off here pretty soon. 6:30.
Yeah.
We need to do dinner, and I got a busy work
A busy
schedule.
Yeah, but I'm here by myself tomorrow too, huh? Because Lamar is still going to be back.
Yeah, hopefully I
Yeah.
can get off early. If not, yeah, by
Yeah,
yourself.
it's fine.
Just jam out.
I find a way to get it done.
You do
Yeah.
a great job.
Yeah.
If
I
not, you can get that Kunta Kinte
Kunta Kinte.
person. No, cunt.
Oh, Kunta Kinte.
That's how I'm
That's some real
pronouncing it.
racist
Yeah,
shit.
that's how you're pronouncing it.
Yeah, yeah.
That's how
yeah.
I'm pronouncing it.
Kunta
You-
Kinte.
Kent's like,
When'd you become so
"You."
racist, Kent?
Get off my lawn.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, we all know Kent is nefarious behind closed doors. His whole goal was to come over here
And disrupt
and
our
steal the
show.
show
Damn.
Yes, of course. You know, in the most womanizing way I could think
in the
of.
most
You-
drug,
Yeah.
in the most druggy,
infused
womanizing way.
Yeah.
Somebody clearly didn't get the story right on Kent's part.
I must admit, when you told me about, that they were calling me a womanizer, I'm like, where the fuck did they
did
get
that come
from?
Yeah. Maybe it's because of the way you speaking, the jokes you tell. They don't know they're jokes, even though you're saying it's a joke, Kent.
Yeah, but what makes a joke good is if you say it like it isn't a joke,
Exactly, yeah.
you know?
Right.
All I say is fuck
Yeah.
off if you can't get it.
And
Take a joke.
I'm you know what?
That's what I say.
I'm also glad I told Kent who the culprits were. And he agreed. He agreed he needed to know. I agreed he needed to know. And
Well, I'm glad you both came into an agreement.
I think that's where the buck should stop. The buck should stop there. And as long as we know, knowledge is power. So if it ever came down to it, Kent can be like, you know what? I'm going to say something right here today, right now, and just fuck this person up. But Ken is a fucking goddamn gentleman, a distinguished gentleman.
No, honestly,
good sir.
No, he's not. He's a
honestly,
womanizer.
I couldn't care less. What
Right.
people think about me, seriously? I'm not going to worry about what people think about me.
Exactly.
Because A, there's nothing I can do about it,
Yeah,
right?
Yeah, you're gonna believe what you're
And
gonna
B, there's nothing I can do about it.
right.
And
And
C, it doesn't fucking matter anyway.
yeah,
Yeah.
and check off all of the above.
Exactly. And 4, make sure your Strymann's fucking turned off.
Exactly.
I absolutely hate when people who aren't from this channel come in here and when we're playing and they make comments, oh, I wouldn't do that, or that's not the way to go. It's like, one, who the fuck asked you? 2, we're having fun. Well, how dare you shit on our fun parade?
Well,
People
yeah,
don't
but-
have it in their minds to just be nice and say something nice. They just want to come in and immediately criticize you on what they would do.
Yeah, but
Right.
at least wait. If somebody does say something like that, so that, oh, you shouldn't do that, or blah 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 blah. You have the presence of mind to weigh it up and go, he might have a point there, or, no, you don't know what you're talking about. Fuck off, kind of thing.
Yeah.
But you evaluate these things, and then you consider whether they're worth considering or not. Rather than just go, don't tell me what to do, because sometimes somebody might say something to you that would actually
make sense.
You could really benefit from.
Mm-hmm.
And you go, hang on a minute. Yes, I'm being a little, single-minded here. Perhaps I should expand what I'm considering and accept the suggestion if it has merit.
But those suggestions should be worded different versus
someone
new in your channel.
It's the delivery.
Right.
It's the delivery, right?
Yeah. It's hard to convey things across in text. I know that it happened years ago now. But I said something that was actually in chat, and it was funny. And the way I'd worded it made perfect sense to me because I knew what it was I was actually really saying.
Right.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. But it was a few other people that really, really took offence to it because they were reading it from how they were perceiving it.
Right.
Yeah. So they're seeing, they're coming from the other side of the coin, as it were. And it did cause some trouble until I pointed out, because it was only until they were telling me about how dare you say things like that and blah blah blah, and I hit back and I came back with like, no, you misunderstood, and then explained it, and they're going, oh right, okay,
yeah,
and all this sort of thing, and that happens all the time, it happens to everybody all the time. You can say things. But I've always been saying things that have been, some people have taken offence to.
Oh yeah,
it wasn't the intention, but
right.
We've had many people take offence to stuff that we've said and left the channel, and that's fine. That's their right to do it.
And we have people tell us don't get in people's business.
Oh well, too bad. Becky said should and shouldn't are shaming words. Well, it all depends on how you use it, because if I say I should take a shower, that's not shaming. I smell.
Context.
Well, you have a nose on your face. You must smell.
Yeah. But I get what he's saying, though.
I get what he's saying.
Yeah,
too.
if somebody just comes in, they don't know the channel. Like Tone Smith said, no one in here feeds them. Like the regulars in here would know who trolls are.
Right, because Groove Chemist said, this community seems to repel trolls.
Right.
Yeah, and that's why.
I don't like everyone in here essentially is a spanner.
Who wrote?
Was that
I don't think it was that one.
You said the difference between a chickpea and a lentil was you wouldn't pay 50 euros for a lentil on your.
It might be shit like that, Kent.
It might be.
I love the one where Matt did the little short for when Kent said, if you really want a scary Halloween costume, just dress up like gluten.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
In California.
In California.
And that really, really lost their shit over that. They were really, really offended.
Yeah. See,
why?
Because for me that would be scary because I am allergic to all that shit.
But
Makes
that's
me really sick.
but that's what it is, Kent.
Yeah.
Those names I gave you, those are the woke people.
But it's hilarious because I wouldn't take that joke as offensive.
But if you woke, you will.
Right.
Because you see it, certain things trigger the woke people.
I'm like, that's so
but
fucking
you got to admit, I mean, I can see the point of woke, and I get it, but there are certain aspects of woke.
I don't get it. I'll never get it.
Just in the what's the word? An excuse
to
be offended.
Yeah.
To be an excuse to be offended and be a fucking asshole.
Yeah, I'll never get cancel culture or the woke culture. Like, I have no fucking idea what that shit really is. I think it may have started off as something good, maybe, but with every good idea, it always turns to shit.
It's like at the end of the day, let an individual be an individual. If it's not harming you emotionally or physically, keep your fucking mouth shut.
Right. An incident happened not too long ago with me while I was working. I'm not going to say the name, But this person, everybody was making fun of the situation, not the fucking person, right? And this person took it upon themselves to single me out from everyone talking about the same situation and laughing at it. They singled me out and said, that hurt my feelings. To the point where my employer told me the situation because she was also
part of it.
Mm-hmm. And she hurt this person's feelings too as well. And we're old school, so we really don't give a fuck at this point, but we're talking about it. And it's like, I told her, I said, when I don't know what I said to hurt her feelings is a mind fuck for me, because when I want to hurt your feelings, I know all the right things to say. So if I didn't contemplate that or come up with something witty to hurt your feelings, you would have to think with common sense that I'm joking and everything is copacetic. So then I go, Michelle, you know what? From here off, I'm not going to say anything to this person.
It's better that way.
But here's the thing with the woke people and the sensitive people. If you don't say anything to them,
it's even worse.
Now you're a fucking weirdo. And now you're ignoring me. And now I can't work with you because you're not saying anything to me. So let me get this straight. If I say something jokingly, you're going to take it as an offense.
If I both ways.
Right, that's what
you
I'm
can't
saying.
have it.
You're damned if you do, damned if you don't.
I bet somebody saying, you know, that I'd hurt their feelings because of something I'd said on the pub, and I said, well, how the fuck did you survive school?
Exactly.
I mean, and besides, when was the law passed that said that hurting somebody's feelings is a crime?
Mm-hmm. Well, and that's the whole big, huge thing in the States when all of this was happening and taking a big turn and everybody was capitalizing on it. It was the police were trying to police feelings and not laws. And so you would get, you know, that white female in New York Park calling the police because there was a black male there taking pictures of birds, and they came and arrested the male because the female felt threatened. Well, why? What the fuck?
Feeling threatened is not a law.
There was no law being broken,
right.
But because she felt a certain way.
They got sued big time for that shit too. They lost their ass on that.
Yeah. So because she felt a certain way, the cops went ahead and arrested the guy.
It wasn't until a sergeant pulled up and said, what the fuck are you idiots doing? Mm-hmm. You can't arrest someone because someone's feelings was hurt.
Yeah. So there's these channels that I love watching, and they call themselves auditors for First Amendment rights and stuff like that. And one guy is very, very common. Is the son and the dad. I keep forgetting what his YouTube channel is. His town, but it sounds like
something about the man.
You'll figure it out.
Yeah.
So he you know, when he gets called on, so what they do is they just go to like this public areas where they can film, because you can film in public, and people call the cops on them. And so, you know, he'll be like, okay, well, why? Well, because they feel like you shouldn't be doing this and they don't want you filming. And he's like, but there's no law against that. I'm not breaking a law. And he goes, well, if I call you and tell you that this woman is wearing that white shirt or red shirt and it makes me feel like she's aggressive, are you going to come and arrest her? And the cops are literally stumped because they see where he's going with this.
Yeah. And
how it turned the tables, and usually they, you know, walk away and the cops with their tails tucked in between their legs
Yeah.
because they were put on the spot.
It put on the spot big time.
Yep.
My brother and I took a walk in the park last year. I think we talked about it on this channel.
Mm-hmm.
This white man, older white man, was walking past us. And we could tell he wanted to change directions. He wanted to stop where he was, turn around, and literally run. We could see it on his face. We could see it in his gesture, his disposition. For some reason or not, he still continued to walk towards us, terrified. We knew he was terrified. And my brother said, watch this, before we got to him. He said, watch this. He goes, how you doing, sir? And he goes, oh, first, the first few words out of his voice sounded terrified, like a tremble. He said, oh, fine. And you? And we stopped walking and we stopped and we turned to him. And he stopped as if to be like, okay, this is going to happen to me. And Lamar said, I can't remember if it was like, you know, have you walked here before or, you know, but it was something simple like that just to spark conversation.
Yeah.
And he started to let his guard down.
Mm.
And then I don't even know if he realized it, but the guy said out loud, maybe this is a thought he wanted to think before he said it, but he was like, oh yeah, I'm just relieved. I thought this is going to be a different interaction. You guys speak so well. Just saying these things, Kent, that you really don't want to be saying out loud, but he's saying them. Now, I don't know if he's saying them because he's afraid or is he saying them because we're not what we should have been.
Or he's saying it because he had prior experiences that immediately he falls back on.
See, that's a possibility, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Probes, that was Central Park, New York, when that incident happened.
But he went off his feelings versus going off an interaction.
Right, which a lot of times in people's defense, that flight response is because of past events, right? And so they initiate it and immediately go into that defensive mode. But what people don't do is just take that moment and realize this is not that event that gave me that trauma, and I shouldn't treat it that way.
And if my brother and I were thin-skinned, Meryl, we should have had our feelings hurt.
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
Because we were already judged before we even opened our mouth.
Yeah.
I should have my feelings hurt again when he said, oh, but you articulate so well.
Yeah.
So what? Black folks aren't supposed to speak with education? I should have had my feelings hurt 9 ways from Sunday.
Oh, yeah, of course.
And my brother and I had the mentality of we don't give a fuck. We have that mentality of this is what we need is conversation. It's the whole point of this fucking podcast, essentially.
Kissy the Machine says in the UK, it's said that the police operate without fear or favor. Not true. They're in fear of upsetting certain groups, and they favor the government by implementing their policies, not law. Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a lot of that goes on.
And that YouTube channel that I was thinking of was the I'm Against Them Press.
Yeah.
So it's the name of his town, but when you say it really fast, it sounds like it's saying I'm against press.
Yeah, I'm against the press.
I'm against the press.
So, I mean, that just goes back to the woke. I don't know if woke even know what they're representing
what
anymore.
They're woke about.
What they're woke about.
Yeah.
You know, I just, and regarding this channel, for those of you who are here right now, you know damn well.
Yeah, even Groove said that's the human flight or fight response.
Right?
Yeah.
For everybody here, you all know damn well what this channel is about. It's about community, it's about conversation, it's about music, and it's about exploring different topics until we're exhausted on them and we revisit them again.
And then Kent takes over the show.
And then Kent takes over
then
the
I
show.
take over the show and then have
That
sex with 5 women.
womanizer.
Yeah.
But I don't know how you can get us
With drugs on board.
I don't
Yeah,
know
yeah,
how you
drugs.
can get us confused with anything else.
Can't get them to have sex any other way.
Right?
Yeah, right.
And you're a
Have to be off their
druggie.
tits.
And you're a hardcore cocaine addict.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Groove, yes, and mental health. Yeah.
And mental health.
Yeah.
Like it's just I'm always dumbfounded as to how people can paint out symptoms of reality as this negative experience, this negative thing.
Okay. In their defense, that's a symptom of their reality,
It is absolutely.
not ours.
Yeah.
And we don't have to take ownership of it.
Right. I know Scotty
Yeah.
Scotty Sounds told me stop being so angry about it because everybody
Yeah.
knows who we are.
Whose symptoms are right? Exactly.
Scott was
Yeah,
like,
but as long as you know
wouldn't-
who you are,
right.
but everything else really doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Even Scott was like, I wouldn't be here if it was anything other. I'm actually here because of what this channel represents and how you guys are constantly trying to help people and the wacky conversations we have. You know, a lot of people hit me in the DM and they say that, like, I love the channel. It's not scripted. You guys talk about whatever. You don't give a fuck, and you have a great community, and you shy away from the negativity.
Thanks, Groove. Groove said we've lifted him a lot.
Hey, Groove, you lift us a lot.
And that's what we're here for, though, right? Like,
It goes both ways.
Which reminds me, how's this crowdfunding thing going?
For half God, half beast.
I think we're at
Where are we?
1,500, I think.
It's slowly getting there.
Yeah, it's slowly coming up.
Yeah. I mean, I recognize a lot of people don't have money. We are all not very well off. But I promise, Vicky, we ain't going to stop until we hit
And-
that $5,000
And I
mark.
believe him and Panda are working out a way of how we can transfer those funds over directly. Because I don't want it going to our account and then his. It can just be transferred over straight from
Yeah.
the GoFundMe account.
Did somebody give us a super chat or did I miss a sticker?
Yeah. It was from 234 Teach.
Oh, thanks,
And it was
Cheech.
$5 for
Vicky?
Vicky's GoFundMe.
Okay, make
yeah.
sure we get it to,
Yeah.
because that's not going to go to the GoFundMe, right?
Right. It goes to the GoFundMe.
Right.
Hang on, Luke. Let me get that for you real quick. Yeah.
Because I
So
might be
what?
able to do another donation end of this month.
Oh,
Yeah, I mean, but we don't suggest people do this to break. Don't break the bank, Kent. Just you've already committed a little bit already.
I can't anyway because there's always with the business there's always a queue of bills waiting to be paid, and I have to be constantly aware of them when they happen. Because if I fail to pay them, then I can't do any more work to earn money to pay them. It just goes down the toilet.
Right.
So I have always, I can't go too mad, but when there's some a few quid knocking about, I put it in. Although I must admit, the last time I made a donation, it was because it was at a certain it was, I think it was about 50 odd quid short of being 100 something. It was I don't know, 1,149 or something like that. And I go, that would look a lot better if it just said 1,200.
Right.
So just put in the amount of money to make it 1,200.
Mm-hmm.
So it was tidier. Just tidied it up.
Yeah.
It's a nice set number now.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
there it is. Okay, hang on. I hate these damn verify your.
Yeah, it's funny, man. We're hoping Drew Solo finds his way back to the channel.
Yeah, if anybody sees Drew
If
Solo,
anyone sees Drew Solo in the wild, please tell him
to come on over.
Yeah, or reach us in Discord. He was in there, but he left. And what happened to him was a mistake. It was a huge mistake, but he's always wanted here. And
I sent him a few emails. Scotty sent him some emails, And so if he also has a moniker, yoga something. I don't remember the full name of it, but I know it was yoga something.
Yeah, he was accidentally kicked out on one of the lives.
Kissing the Machine, no, there's no deadline for it. And there's the link. Yeah, it was just an unfortunate series of events that happened. And
Wagyu said that's his wife's account.
Which one? What's his wife's account? Oh, the yoga one is his wife's account. No. He came in under another account. That second account he came in on is his wife's.
Okay, because Wagyu was there that day.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. So the first one, the yoga something or other, was his. And then when he was banned from the live chat, he came in on another account. And on that account, he said, hey, I see this happened. I apologize. I won't bother you guys anymore, but please don't ban this moniker because it's my wife's.
Yeah.
So the second one was his wife's.
I think Chrome was there too. Yeah.
He did, Chrome, by accident. I'll talk to you off air about it.
Well, did you get accidentally blocked or something?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's a long story.
This is something I did. Prometheus had said something in the chat on the pub, and I clicked on it to show it on the screen, right? Mm-hmm. And somehow, and I'm still not sure how, it ended up that I'd actually blocked him.
Right. By accident, yeah.
Completely, yeah. And it was,
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what the hell, something to do with trying to do it on an iPad as opposed to doing it on the
right
computer. And he says, he says to me, he said, have you banned me? I went, no, I haven't.
Well, it says you did, yeah.
He says, every time I type something into the chat, it doesn't show up. I went, oh. And of course, because it was blocked, I didn't see what he was putting up either.
Right, yeah.
Right, so I go, oh, he's not here today. And then he'd say to me on Facebook, no, I was there and I was talking, but it wasn't coming up. And I had to dig so deep into the YouTube fucking settings.
To find where it is, yeah.
To find where it was, where, yes, indeed, he'd been blocked.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So it was me, because I wondered if somebody else had done it or something. But I was going, no, he is. And so I unblocked him. It took me, poor bastard was hanging about for what, 3-4 weeks before I found out he was actually blocked. And I must have done it somehow.
Yeah.
But too, Steve Elbows is right. That was for some of his own legal protection, is why he came in under a different name. I didn't get a chance to read it because I was jamming out, I think, with Scotty or somebody. So I can't remember. Chrome Wags, did he come in because it was a legal issue?
Did he come in because it was a legal
No,
issue?
he changed his moniker
He did
because
that,
it was a legal issue?
No, he did that way in the beginning when the whole first thing happened.
Oh, okay.
That was done in the way beginning.
This is sounding very intriguing, but obviously nobody's saying anything, so I'm not asking.
No, we'll tell you.
Well, yeah,
we'll tell you.
It's not. It's not imperative. I know, is it? Just say, but it sounds very intriguing. Legal reasons.
Yeah, Drew. I mean, that he made public, but I don't know if we say it again, would it hurt him?
And the reason why he made it public was because it was all done. It was done.
Okay.
Everything that had happened to him
transpired
is
already.
done. Everybody is fine. Nobody is in jail. Like, it was all resolved.
Yeah.
And the reason why he was taking so long to come back was because of that situation that had occurred to him, his wife, and his daughter became such a huge mental health strain on himself and the family. So they were trying to just wrap their heads around that whole situation. And he finally got to a point where he felt comfortable to come back on our live to tell everybody, hey, I'm cool. This is what happened. This is why I've been away for so long. And then unfortunately, that's when the whole thing blew up where he got kicked out and all his messages were deleted. And so we're trying to reach out to him to let him know that that was not from us, from Symptoms of Reality.
Mm-hmm.
That was just an error in judgment from somebody else.
Right.
And so we're trying to communicate that with him. But, at one point in time, is he going to trust our community again is what I fear, especially after having such a huge mental health episode.
Yeah, because I know Chrome was talking to him.
And so was I.
And you were. And Chrome was in a conversation with him for quite some time. And Chrome says he was just trying to share good news.
Yeah.
But but hard without going into the whole backstory.
Mm-hmm.
So,
and he did a great job.
Somebody didn't recognize who he was.
Yeah.
And they erased him
after being told several times
not to.
Right. So, but
it's been handled.
Our hope is that somebody sees him in another live somewhere and can let him know that, hey, S.O.R is really wanted you to come back and are concerned. So,
yeah.
Hopefully he does.
I mean, Chrome just spilled the beans there. It was Cressy. Cressy was the spanner for it. I don't want to be in this dark gray area where we put people out here like that, but I don't want to be known as talking behind somebody's back either.
And yes, Bagu, all charges were dropped. Yeah.
It was Cressy was the spanner. Uncle Chrome was talking to Drew Solo, trying to figure out what was going on.
And so was I. I was in
And so was Marilyn. Cressy didn't understand what was going on, even after Uncle Chrome and Marilyn told him what was going on and not to ban him.
Well, we didn't even know that was going to be an option.
They didn't even know that was going to be an option because they knew.
Why would that be an option?
They knew what was going on. And somehow Cressy didn't get the point, and he still banned him. Right in the middle of Drew Solo explaining everything about his mental health.
Yeah.
And so Drew Solo took that as in, oh, okay. So
S.O.R doesn't want me anymore.
You guys don't want that on the platform, which Drew Solo should know, to be honest. He should know what the platform is for. I've stopped Kent and Scotty and my brother from playing music because of Uncle Jerry a bunch of times. Mm-hmm. Because we take mental health serious.
But we never blocked Uncle Jerry.
We never blocked Uncle Jerry
so
neither.
When you get that experience and nobody else does, I can see where he's coming from.
Right. And so Cress had banned him, but then Cressy said, well, he wasn't talking about anything about music. And that's like, okay, wait. People come in this chat and they talk about any and everything since the time we created Symptoms of Reality.
Yeah.
It doesn't have to be, you shouldn't have to come into our chat talking about what we're doing. If we're playing music, you don't have to talk about music. Shit, tell us how to dog shit on your damn homework or something. So, I think we just need to, whenever we get a new spanner, we just have to sit in Discord and have private meetings like, hey, this is what we expect from you. Don't ban anybody until we've all said,
go ahead.
Until
I've given you the go ahead.
Until you have 3 or more spanners agreeing with you.
Well, not necessarily spanners, but us. One of us.
Well, yeah.
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 Because at the end of the day, it's our YouTube channel.
Right.
So it's going to reflect on us.
Right. But when you time, like Wagyu, when you time somebody out, though, I mean, some people can come back in 10 minutes. Some people, I don't know how long. But I think just from him being timed out it sent him.
It was gut-wrenching.
It sent him into another place. Yeah. I'm not saying it's right or wrong for that. Like the whole situation was one big misunderstanding from 3 parties. And the only thing we want to happen now is to have Drew Solo come back. That is the only thing we care about.
And Uncle Chrome just made, Uncle Chrome just made a point. And Uncle Jerry's nephews and nieces like the BDSM playtime, right? Exactly. That was the conversation in chat, like when he was around.
Right.
So
and so
yeah.
I mean,
yeah. The whole point is we want Drew to come back and feel like this is a safe place for him,
Right.
and he's not being judged.
I honestly believe Crest had made a mistake, and he just, for whatever reason, he did it. I don't know if he thought he was protecting us from something, or he thought this dude was a troll. He could have, we haven't really sat and talked about it. But on the other hand, you have Chrome and Maryland saying, "Hey, this is Drew solo, everything's fine," and then you still go ahead and time to. To me, it's a little weird.
Wagyu, I would time you out for the eternity of a quiz. Not just for 5 minutes. You fucking Google.
But Mr. Wiggly's quiz questions were.
Yeah, and Wagyu would
really out there.
Answer them all. Fuck yeah, I would time you out.
Yeah. So,
all right. On that note,
there's always going to be misunderstandings.
Always.
There's no fail safe. I mean, there was some misunderstanding between since Samurai and Robbie.
Oh yeah.
Apparently, I was involved in it as well. I actually really don't know a great deal about it, but I know that Robbie and
it's been resolved.
Since Samurai resolved it, and
Kent's like, I'm glad I was involved. I have no idea what it was about.
No, because Robbie hit me up in Messenger and he said, "Oh, have you seen? Since Samurai was saying something about synth mafia and all this sort of thing." Okay. I'm not even Italian. I don't know. What are you talking about? And he goes,
what?
He says, "No, he says we're going to discuss it and try and sort it all out and everything like that."
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah.
And that was about my
interaction with it.
My contribution was like, oh, okay.
Cool. Groove Kevin says, my wife times me out. I do too.
I get timed out.
Absolutely.
All the time.
Mm-hmm. I sent you downstairs to the basement. Prometheus says, has Cresthead been sent to the naughty state? No, he was in the live.
Yeah.
Was it Friday?
Yeah. Cresthead is
Friday or Saturday?
Yeah, Cresthead hasn't stopped coming around, or where he's active in Discord.
He's busy with his album. I
Cresthead,
know that.
yeah, Cresthead
and trying
is
to
Cresthead.
ride a skateboard. You fucking walk with a cane.
Right.
Make smarter
every time I see Mr.
choices.
Wiggly, every time I see Mr. Wiggly's name in chat and stuff like that, it reminds me of doing that bloody quiz dressed as Darth Vader.
We have to see that video.
But however, Prometheus, the wife did take Cresthead's spanner away.
I did. That was his punishment.
Yeah, I don't think she's going to give it back anytime soon.
Yeah.
You've been punished. You've been a naughty
not
boy.
adjusting tools for you, sir.
No.
You, sir, are quite fast with the finger.
Bad. Think before you react.
Yeah.
That should be your new moniker.
Everyone makes mistakes. We just have to take the tools away from those who made a crucial mistake.
So they not make those mistakes anymore.
We can't have Cresthead in a nuclear plant, obviously. He'll nuke us.
All of us.
What Wags was saying, it would have been lovely to continue the whole Badger Baboon thing.
Right.
And just have it escalate more and more and more and more.
I mean, you can start with that dinosaur one that you have.
Yeah, well,
you need to dye your hair purple again, though. It looks like it's becoming white again.
I think it must be the lighting. It should still be purple. No, it's purple.
Barely. I can
It's
see more gray. Your hair is starting to continue with your headset.
I know. Hers is still, well, you saw it yesterday.
Yeah.
It's still, it's not
Vibrantly
purple, it's purple.
Yeah, it's vibrant purple.
Mine's sort of like going, I can't be fucking arsed, and falls off or something. I don't know what I have to do, But, the whole...
A Kentosaurus.
The Kentosaurus Rex.
Yeah, because we all, me and Ty even had our respective partners break into the show dressed as, I think Fiona was dressed as a badger.
Oh my God.
And Philip was dressed as a baboon and simultaneously attacked me and Ty. on the show. That's what
Oh my god!
Oh yeah,
can you
but yeah,
imagine?
purple
remember
doesn't
this.
exist. Yes, I have to keep reminding myself of that because it really, really, really winds Fiona up.
Because purple doesn't exist.
Her favourite colour actually doesn't exist.
Yeah.
So
Poor thing.
bless her.
Alrighty.
Should have
How
gone
about we
straight.
go?
Bless her soul.
Yeah,
Go have
Yeah.
some dinner.
Yeah, I get that's why I thought you were making tacos today. I was like, oh, she knows it's Father's Day. It's my favorite dish she makes. I'm like, yeah. So she does know. She's just playing it off real cool. And then you come in here and you're like, oh, I didn't know today was
Father's Day. I
you
didn't.
twat.
Well, one, you're not my father.
Yeah, but you should
So-
know
so
I'm
the-
a father.
So the one who should be taking super offense to it is
Yes.
my father,
Oh, okay. Yeah.
not you.
True enough.
Well,
Yeah.
that's, I guess, shit. I was just trying to get something out of it. I'm going to tell you straight up in your face. I was trying to get something out of it. I don't know.
Tacos.
And then some.
It's like
What
every
kind
time
of
Fiona,
what kind of taco, you might ask?
it's like
Lam-
every time Fiona asks me what I want for dinner, and I'll say, I'll say, oh, I'd like this or I'd like that, and she goes, and what vegetable would you like with that? None. Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah.
can't-
See,
you don't
Wagyu got it.
Yeah,
A
you
certain
said-
kind of taco.
Yeah.
That's right, Wags. Awkward teeth and hair. We are waiting for you to come on to the show. You said something to my brother. He was telling me about a conversation you had.
Don't said, oh no, they're hitting on each other again.
There we go. Yeah. So, awkward teeth and hair. Please come on the show. We will love that. You don't have to have your camera on, but we suggest you do. And come speak with us.
Oh my God, Steve Elbows.
I think you need a bit of
Besides, I want to know what awkward hair looks like.
okay, so
Right?
yeah, that was the part of the conversation he was having with my brother that I really want to talk to him about.
Wait, hold on. Steve Elbows says a seagull ran off with his spanner.
That was revenge for all of the Bicky torment. Yeah.
Oh my God, my face hurts.
But yeah, awkward. Please come on the show. We really want to talk to you, sir, because we could help you in so many ways.
Kissing the Machine said, is it a mullet?
Is it a mullet?
Awkward hair? Is it a mullet?
Mullets aren't awkward, are they?
The conversation was you and you were wanting a companion in life and were feeling a bit
Like a
lonely
seagull.
at the moment. That was in the pubs conversation. I walked in on it. I didn't understand what was going on.
Yes.
Yeah.
The hair.
I think it was the
Flock of
teeth
seagulls, yeah.
or the yeah.
I remember that hairstyle. Yes. Wow.
Kent said,
Seagulls on
Oh yeah.
what's that? TOTP?
wow. On top? Did he just put an extra T?
I seen the Body Electric. What are you?
No, Top of the
Going on
Pops.
about?
That stands for.
Top of the
It
Top
was
of the
on Top of the Pops. It was
Oh,
on
Top
every
of the
Thursday on BBC, and it was the charts, a selection from the charts where people would come
it's
and
kind of
perform.
like our like Soul Train
Yeah, exactly.
type of thing.
What?
Yeah.
They,
So
they had a
that's Top
Soul
of the-
Train in the UK?
Well, it's Top of the Pops.
Well, it wasn't. No, it wasn't.
It wasn't Soul Train.
Oh.
But their version is Top of the Pops.
But
I
we didn't.
remember
I think there was a late night program on BBC Two that was all very sort of like Hey Baby, kind of hip music type
Yeah.
thing that they did, and they got various people to come on and perform, like the Stones and Pink Floyd and whatever.
Oh shit!
Yeah, but they would perform live. The idea was they had to come on and perform live. Whereas Top of the Pops, 9 times out of 10, they were miming.
Oh, okay.
You know, Tiny was telling me about when Duran Duran were on Top of the Pops, and they had Nick Rhodes had the Fairlight, and he had the monitor of the Fairlight facing the audience, etc., and the camera, and he had Page R up, which is the Synclavier sequencer, and it was scrolling across with the notes, but it's apparently what it does is when it gets to the end, it reverts back to the listing page or something. So Tiny was on his knees beside Nick Rhodes, hitting the keyboard like this, so that the screen stayed on there. So there was something going on while he mimed playing the synclavier, the Fairlight for, what was the song? I think it was Rio or something like that. So, yeah, they all mime on Top of the Pops.
That kind of reminds me of Whose Line Is This Anyways?
Oh, yeah.
Old Grey Whistle Test. That was it.
Yeah.
Old Grey Whistle Test.
Old Grey Whistle Test.
Was it Whispering Bob something?
Kissy the Machine said, mullets are magnificent. If you haven't read The Mullet Hairstyle of the Gods, please do. It's a real book. It's brilliant.
What the fuck?
Mullet Hairstyle of the Gods. Okay.
Okay, on that note, you ready to get
Bob
out of
Harris,
here?
that was it.
Whisking Bob Harris.
Whispering, because he goes, oh, and now we go over to the next actor we have, kind of thing. Because it was very late night, and it was all dark and laid back kind of thing.
And now, happy Father's Day to everybody. Love, boy.
Mine's dead. I don't have to do anything.
Yeah, but he may be gone from this realm. You can still say something to him, Ken. Tell him thanks, you old twat.
I inherited his. I'm allergic to oil, engine oil.
Oh, really?
Oh, seriously.
Damn.
But I love working on cards. Tough shit.
Fuck.
But all my throat swells up. And,
That's like Lamont. He's allergic to horses and loves working on horses.
Yeah.
So
people look at me like I'm crazy. Like, why are you wearing a mask and long sleeves and these pants that seem to be impenetrable?
Because I'm allergic.
Oh, shit. Because
and eye protection too, because you've gotten so much pink eye from horses.
I know. I am not impervious to
Is it called
these four-legged beasts.
conjunctivitis? No.
Yeah.
Is it conjunctivitis?
Conjunctivitis. Yeah.
Conjunctivitis, yeah.
Because the horse's tail keeps whipping my fucking face, leaving shit in my eye. Quite literally.
Oh, they're good at that, aren't they?
Oh, I remember I caught a big old fucking wet shit to the face from a horse. I was working on the back feet and I looked at a client and I turned my head just at the side of the anus as it was just fucking going on some wet ones. And I couldn't move out in time.
Serves you right.
Literally had a big old patch of wet horse shit on my cheek. I said, well, here comes some more pink eye.
You should know, always face away from the anal source.
I didn't see it coming. I didn't see it coming. They normally give me a cue.
Away from the anus.
But hey, you know.
Yeah, the tail normally goes up first, doesn't it? A little way.
No, they literally pull their hindquarters in really tight on you, and you know that's what's gonna happen. But hey, I'm a guy that can literally say I get shit and pissed on for a living.
By Tone, go call your dad.
Yeah, go call your dad.
And everybody here, if you still have your father and you're on speaking terms, go call him if you haven't already.
Yeah, and if you have kids and they haven't called you,
disown them.
Disown them.
Yeah, right out of the will.
I only had one kid call me.
Disown the others.
I'm gonna disown the others until they call me.
And then you
yeah, did I?
Yeah.
And then you take back.
And I'll take them back again.
You're going back on the Christmas list.
Yeah, I'm still waiting to hear from my daughter. I heard from one daughter, Seraphine. Now I'm waiting to hear from Solaris. So
oh, nice.
She should be texting me here. So
it's still fairly early over
Happy
here.
Father's Day, everybody.
Yeah. Kid cancel culture. That's right, Steve. We're fucking canceling them.
Yeah, we're always canceled. Until tomorrow. Tomorrow's Hardware Jams. The jam is Friday the 13th. Should be a good one if you guys are into hardware jams. I always lurk on it as I'm doing projects around the house. Check out Hardware Jams. Kent, are you doing the pub tomorrow?
I might be doing I've got to put some stuff in the skip, so I'm out in the garage in the morning. There's a drum machine out there that's about the size of a small washing machine. I think it's going to have to go for a walk.
That's crazy.
Okay.
Yeah. I think it's one of the first drum machines. It was made by Honer. It's mechanical. It's a mechanical drum machine.
Oh shit.
Yeah, called the what were they called now? Not Drum Man, but something like that. And it's it's a mechanical thing, and it got valves for the that generates the actual drum sounds, which are Sideman. Yes, that's it. Thank you.
Are you doing that tomorrow then?
Yeah, I think that's going in the skip.
Okay.
I think
Alright.
with a few other bits, probably a synthex or two, stuff like that.
Yeah.
So it's sort of like there's only so much I can hold on to now.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Okay, everybody.
It's mad, isn't it? Yeah.
Mhm.
We'll see you tomorrow. Kent, you're more than welcome to come in tomorrow. Step right up. You always get a link.
Step right up.
Step right up, laddies.
Check out Probes, you guys. He's new. He only has 3 tracks up as of the last time I checked. Please check his YouTube channel out. Give him a subscribe. Check out Grace Griffin.
Wagyu, right? Me too.
Is Probes channel just Probes? Or
I
what?
had a hard time finding it. To be honest, Uncle Chrome found it for me. And I don't know how Chrome did it, but he's monkey brains. You got to ask him.
Oh, okay.
Thanks for coming in, Strange Guys. It's always a blessing seeing you in here.
Wagyu said, wish I was near Kent's skip. I said, me too.
Right?
I tell you what, there's people who are relatively nearby, within 25 miles. And they go, oh, I hear you're getting a skip. I go, yeah. You don't mind if I pop over at some point? I said, if there's anything in there you want, help yourself. And it's good because it means there's more space for me to put more shit in. Because they take the stuff and go, yay, and off they go with it. And I can put more gear in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Bicky's asking, can you post that Probes channel, Chrome? You were the only one that found it. But yeah, help him out. Even if he says don't check it out, help him out.
Check any channels. So shitty.
Oh, there you go. He is.
Oh, there it is. There, cool. So
There it
watch
is, right
when
there.
it comes back. Oh, that's the
Yeah.
point. Yeah, because the chat won't be there immediately, does it? After the show.
Right.
Yeah,
Yeah, it
usually
takes a
is.
day.
Usually it's
It takes
not,
18
yeah.
hours.
Is it
Yeah.
going back to that? Because
Mhm.
before it was posting pretty quickly.
Yeah, that's certain ones, but it takes
Yeah.
18 hours for
Yeah.
you to see the live chat.
Yep.
I struggle with that because I like to go back and see the
don't
things
worry,
I
Probes.
missed.
It'll be fine. We'll check it all out. It'll be fine. It'll be absolutely.
Yeah.
I mean, check out my channel. There's a video of me praying to a mini moog, I believe, with a blue blanket on my head.
Oh
So
my God.
So I don't judge.
That reminds me. That reminds me, Kent. Marilyn was gonna send you the ultimate fucking gift. Had it not cost so much fucking money
for fucking shipping.
It would have been perfect for you.
Perfect.
Maybe tomorrow we could pull up the picture on that.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Let's remember to show that tomorrow.
Yeah.
Oh, I can't click on it, can I? Because I'm not on YouTube. I'm in Streamyard, aren't I?
Oh,
With you.
you're on the Streamyard.
Oh, wait a
Yeah.
minute. I might be able to copy it.
Yeah, I think you can copy.
I can copy. That's see. Not just not even a pretty face. Forget that.
Look
Let's
at
see,
you.
paste and hit enter and nothing. Hang on.
He said nope.
And got it. Yes.
Oh,
Okay.
There you go.
Awesome.
I have it.
Yeah. Do you have a
can-
picture of that or no?
Of the thing that we saw
Yeah,
yesterday?
Of the gift before we get out of here?
Yeah, hang on. Let me see.
Okay, hang on one second.
What is this?
Yeah, we were gonna send this to you, you motherfucker. You were gonna love it. I saw it all over your fucking face, Kent. You were like coming all over yourself and bathing yourself all in your cum, and it was
Oh,
nasty
Jesus, it wasn't
and it
that
was
bad.
dirty.
Seriously, it's
Huh?
been a long time since
Huh?
I've been anywhere near that amount.
Oh, sorry, I got carried away.
I'm old now, remember? It's more like bit of dust.
Is it this one? Hang on, I'm trying to.
Whenever I get carried away, okay. Ooh, is that it?
Yeah.
Oh, you're gonna love
think
this.
So,
Whenever I get carried away, I got to do monkey noises.
okay, let me get to.
That way, you know, it really wasn't me. It was
Oh wait, no. it's-
something of me.
Hold on.
It was something of me, Kent.
I see.
Oh,
Somebody's
here.
thrown a fuck at me.
All right, hang on. I'm trying to find.
You're gonna love this. You might even
Okay.
order it.
Here it is.
Really?
I hope you don't, because maybe we'll have the money one day and I can send it to you.
Oh, don't worry about it. For God's sake.
Okay, hang on. Let me blow the. Oh, that should be good.
Oh, here we go.
So,
Oh, Yes.
It's a human-sized dog bed.
Oh, do not let Siri see that.
And it packs up like a fucking.
Look at that. So you can fold it up for the dog and then fold it out for you. And then when you fold it up, it has a handle. It comes with a complimentary blanket. Are you guys seeing when I scroll through it? Yeah, okay.
Look, it's also good for the dog's spine as well.
Look at
Look at this. All the different layers.
right.
Look at that.
It looks like the same people that make the one I got in the workshop.
Tell me you would not use that fucking shit in the workshop. You know
Bloody
you
hell,
would.
every day.
Every day.
Yeah.
He's like, finally, I won't have to take their bed.
Yeah, but
Right?
it might be problematic that it's bed size because I'm going, do you know what? I'm fed up working on this fucking thing. I'm going
You
to
just get laid down. And that's what I said. Isn't that what I said?
Yeah.
I
And
said
it'll
it
be
might
like,
not be a good
Oh,
idea.
yeah.
It's time to go in and have lunch. And they'd be, it's time to go in and have dinner.
Yeah.
I was like, I don't
thought
know.
I thought to myself, Kent will lay on it like
And fall asleep.
stomach down with his hands on his chin, with his legs up, kicking back and forth, watching TV or something. Oh my God.
And
Yeah.
doesn't he fall asleep?
It has been done. It has been known. I must admit.
Oh fuck.
I'm like, look, now Kent has his own dog bed. He doesn't have to take the other dog's bed.
Yeah. Fuck it. Let's get out of here. we'll see you guys tomorrow.
Yes. Go and
all right,
enjoy
wait.
the rest of your evening.
Yeah. Love you. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Oh, I'm starting to yawn.